in the places that don't have a fucking party. So now we do that requisite tell the internet shit that the stream is now live and running. While that's happening, hey Stray, why don't you regale us with an amazing tale of adventure that you've gone on while on peyote?
What? I can tell you about the one that happened the other night, but how about just a drug field tale? Those are always more fun. Did I already tell about the time I became best friends with an orange?
You typed that happened, but I never heard the actual circumstances between you becoming best friends with an orange.
Well, alright, so we had just finished up a gig in Phoenix, and we were on our way back to California. And then on our way through, one of our friends, he was in the van, and he brought out, like, a bunch of shrooms. So, this is, like, the first time I had it or whatever. So I was like, yeah, sure, why not? I'm down. So I took about a handful of shrooms, and these were boiled, not raw, so they were a little, they said I could take more of them. I shouldn't have taken more of them. So all of us got really fucking high, and our driver was stoned anyways, so because Guy was always stoned. So apparently on our way out, I remember driving by an orange stand, and we had all just gotten paid, and we bought out the entire fucking orange stand. And so now we have a van full of crates of oranges, and I'm just like sitting in the back on a crate, and I have declared this orange to be my best. I had an emotional connection to that orange, let me tell you. It was heartbreaking when I sobered up.
These stories, I thought they were joking.
No.
Really how it goes.
No. I told that, I like whispered sweet nothings. I told it things I've never told anyone else. That was my best friend. Yep, and then the thing that annoyed us is everyone sober up. Just what the fuck are we going to do with like 500 oranges?
Hooray!
We ended up eating as much as we could and just like dropping it off somewhere. I don't even remember where. Probably because we just got high again, but.
Yeah.
No, I remember what happened. We dropped them off at one of my buddy's grandma's house. Yeah, she said she was just gonna make a bunch of stuff with it.
See, these are the stories that keep doing drugs.
Why would that keep you from doing drugs? That's one of the more innocent
stories. Because I don't want to
stories.
lose all my money to oranges.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
To be fair, I did spend like $50 on oranges at the time because everyone pitched in. We didn't blow all our money. We still had money for weed, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
You're from California. Oh, fantastic. Okay then.
Oh yeah, I probably told you that, Bob.
Alright then. Ladies and gents, I believe it is time we got on with our bad selves. We rolled with the Kindred. We ate some fucking kind. And we
Some
begin
fucking
with...
kind of what?
Of wizard, I don't know. So, last session, you went to Dante's house, the owner of the club that burned down. It was discovered that he was a homunculus. He was dead, and all of the moisture in his body was left drained by some unknown creature that was hiding in a jar. You went to learn about this jar from people at the Elysium. And they were like, it could be fucking anything. It's probably bad fucking magic, though, and whoever had this stuff is actually now kind of a threat. So, good luck, and find more information, and don't come back until you actually have something for us. Then you went off to the Danger Zone!
Danger Zone!
Don't forget Frank the Ghost. He
Yep.
wasn't Frank Zappa.
Yeah, no, actually, that was the next line there. There was a brief conversation with Frank the Ghost, learning about the area. Apparently there were a bunch of dead people, and their bodies went missing, and they were people who, at least knew a little bit about the masquerade. And then there was a messy fight involving a couple of hunters, and the infamous Etienne was recovered. And not just recovered, Rose Gould Etienne. And now has actually managed to get both slots in the significant other punch card, considering there was a thing between Etienne and... Pardon, sorry?
I said nice job on that, by the way.
Yeah, well done.
Also, important note: Rose's team instinct. I remember writing that down.
Yeah, it's written in the written in the GM notes on her character token.
It's not easy to forget because I'm Team Instinct in real life too.
Cool.
Nice.
And also, if the stream didn't hear it before, then apologies in advance. I have a cold, so my voice will also occasionally cut out. It's not like I did something stupid like, spent 3 hours singing either for a show. No, I didn't do that.
Can you sing us a few lines?
Not anymore, no. By the time that I finished, I had no voice. I sounded kind of like Mazendi.
What's the song you sing when you go full Monty?
You're just trying to get him to sing. Stop being sad.
Yeah, I'm not gonna actually sing. No, this wasn't for the full Monty. It was one called Old Music Hall, which is sort of like sort of post-war era songs and shit. So quite old stuff.
So not nearly as entertaining as the full Monty.
Not nearly as entertaining as the full Monty. Really fun, lovely songs, but definitely nowhere near as fun.
I'm gonna quickly grab a pillow. Be back in like 2 minutes.
Also, I really want to see an all-trans girl rendition of the full Monty.
That would be fucking hot as shit. I would like that in my life. Heck, I'm pretty sure that all of the straight girls who did the choreography would absolutely be down to redo the choreography for that as well. Although that raises questions when you reach the song Big Black Man. That's an interesting turnaround.
Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and I'm singing fucking songs.
Did you just wake?
Like an hour. No, more than an hour ago.
Totally fine then. Welcome back. Yeah, so Rose was confirmed as having the strongest waifu game of the group.
Unintentionally too. I mean,
That's
I
that's how you
go
get.
out
Yeah.
looking for waifus.
No, it just happens. That's actually how you can confirm someone has the strongest waifu game, is when they happen.
I didn't choose the waifu life. The waifu life chose me.
Yep. 100%.
And I also have a final note here that says Zaire still CQCing happily.
Yep.
So good job there.
You forgot one thing, Scow?
That you abducted a hunter?
No. Tamwolf is still a good boy.
Tamwolf is still a good boy. He's such a
In
good
like
boy.
every game at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Even showed up in mine.
Yeah, you got Tampup is in Only War now. The
Oh, you guys-
the Varaxian fucking wolfhound happens to end up being named Tampup, despite being a
Yes,
female as well.
You guys
Uh,
have Tampa?
Yeah.
I suggested Sir Barkins, but people got mad.
What? Sir Barkins is a pretty great name.
I would have voted for Sir Barkins.
Even if Sir Barkins was a chick. Because Sir Barkins is a chick.
That makes it only better.
Yes, I know, right?
Or Dame Barkins or whatever. It's fine.
I thought it was just Princess. Oh, Duchess.
Yeah, but I'm the GM, so that was my decision.
She loved that dog.
Oh god.
Would have been even better if the dog could talk.
Borf?
Sir Barkins could talk about-
Winter turns into Mallory.
Yes. Fucking Winter the Commissar is actually just Mallory Archer.
Oh god. That'd probably be pretty horrible.
Pretty great, you mean? So let's.
I mean, I love Archer, but oh my god, I've had Mallory as a parent person I knew.
Yep. Okay, so you are at the supposed residence of Etienne, and then you got the fuck out of Dodge, and you have an abducted hunter in the back of your van. It's a tight fit, and there is an injured person there, so it's not easy going, moving around. What are you going to do, and what direction are you going to leave in?
Okay, so question.
Shoot.
Wait, abducted hunter. Do you mean the hunter that was ghouled, or
Not the ghoul
No, we
one.
have-
You have another one as well.
Yeah,
Did I get to
Etienne
take-
came voluntarily. Kind of.
This
It
is
was
why we
another
were
person
telling
that
you
got-
to like leave
yeah.
your hunter alone because we
Yeah,
already had
they,
one.
I
We
know. I
had
thought
an
I
extra
okay,
one.
okay. I thought I literally left him there and then went like, oh wait, out of the van, and then actually got to shoot him and kill him before he had thrown a explosive potion at our car.
There were 3 hunters. One we knocked out, one was Etienne, and one came around the corner and shot you with a crossbow. That's the one you kicked out the back and shot.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we shouldn't.
There are
have-
2 hunters in the van.
Yep.
Oh.
One is Etienne.
Oh.
The other one is currently unconscious after being clocked around the back of the noggin.
Oh, so one of you guys took another hunter. I thought we just
Yep.
got it.
Nope, there's
Timothy
another hunter.
Lee.
Timothy Lee
Okay,
actually, in fact, Timothy probably has better gams than Zaire expected. You know, fucking took down a dude's like a fucking shadow in the night, and then pulled him back out again afterwards.
You see, that's why I was confused.
Ah,
Yeah, he straight up garroted him. Yeah, just came up from behind him, popped him across the back of the head,
That's
and
not a
just
Garrett.
dragged him out into the street. It was great.
I thought that's when you
Yay.
used the wire and like strangled their ass.
Huh?
I thought a Garrett was when you like used the wire and strangled their ass.
that
From
is
Thief.
Garrot.
I'm talking about Garrett.
Garrett.
from Thief.
Garrett the person.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, a garrote. A garrote is the choke out with wire.
I am a smart and intellectual person who knows many things.
You gotta instead use razor wire when you garrot people.
Or barbed wire if you're hardcore as fuck.
And the razor wire just lops their head off.
Yeah.
Cool.
Piano wire.
At least if you go by 70 razor wire.
Well, yeah, that's because that shit is actually just like magical fucking kill wire or some shit. Hooray.
So
I
we
want
have
magical fucking kill wire.
That's just
So-
as another song on my band's album.
Can I just have magical fucking wire? Tie people up. And then they get to fucking.
It's basically just the lasso of truth, but only for bondage. As opposed to how it's usually used, which is sometimes for bondage.
Which is the lasso of truth, just in general.
Yeah,
It's primarily bonded.
it is primarily
I mean-
bondage.
There's been some pretty suggestive scenes.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, Wonder Woman's weakness is being tied up.
Yeah,
I
which is
wonder
quite
if it's
funny.
her weakness or her weakness.
It just reminds me of amazing old-fashioned Wonder Woman comics because the writers were really racist. And at one point, she ties up a Chinese
And
dude and
sexist.
no, well, yeah, and sexist. But she ties up a Chinese dude, and he's like, "I admit it, I'm a terrible buck to a dirty yellow rat." And I'm just like, "Oh my god, what have you done, comics?"
Good job, America.
It was a different time.
It was a different
Wait, who am
time.
I saying? I'm not defending them.
You shouldn't be defending the incredibly racist as fuck.
There were
They were
different times
they were
even
playing
before
for mine,
they were.
so you fuck them.
There were different times even before the United States were around where people were more decent at just different points in history.
Yep. I
It's
mean,
not an
like,
excuse.
comics gave us Whitewash Jones, and that's the most racist thing that has existed since apartheid.
Ah, Christ.
Okay, so yes, what direction are you going to leave in, go in, and what do you do?
Claire will suggest that since it's part of the masquerades thing, the two best options would to interrogate the hunter either with Tim's people or at Zaire's place because it seems to be, their whole mojo is being fortified and stuff like that.
What,
And
Zaire's
also,
estate?
suggest, yeah, well, because his entire clan are, clan of badasses, so.
Ooh. Zaire will kind
And,
of Zaire will
yeah,
kind of look to the side and go like, "Ooh, I will have to make arrangements if that is the option we go with."
Zaire, what was your last discussion with your mother like?
Very friendly, but my mother basically told me to go out and do my own stuff.
Yeah.
the best option would probably be Timothy's people. And on the second note, do you have any manacles in the back of this thing?
If I said yes, are you going to look at me strangely?
I do not care what you do in your pastime.
Zaire will kind of lean over to Rose and go like, "What does she mean by that?"
Don't look at me!
Can I do you a favor and classify this under World of Darkness instead of Roll20 Virtual Tabletop? It will help in trying to convince Twitch to add Vampire the Requiem category. Yeah, sure, that can certainly be arranged.
Zaire will shrug and bring forth the zip ties.
There you go.
Can you guys, drop me and Etienne off at my, who's what's it?
Your house?
Nah, my who's what's it, you know.
Oh, the grease shaft?
Yeah.
Hmm.
See, at least this gal knows what a who's what's it is.
Yeah. Everyone knows a who's what's it involves a greased shaft of some kind or another.
Alright, so yeah, what are we gonna do? We're gonna take the hunter to the Elysium after we drop off Rose, I guess?
seems to be the best option.
This would probably be Timothy's forte.
Hey DCL, I can't help but notice you're not in Roll20.
I'm not?
According to this, you're not.
Oh, it must, for some reason, it refreshed.
Oh, there you are. I couldn't send you secret whispers because you weren't there. Not that I was doing that, I just noticed his name. Oh, my voice and all that stuff. Okay then, so are you going back like the route you came, or are you going to take the shorter cut and take a left out through a danger zone?
Actually that's a good point. Zaire will speak up on how we probably should change our route just to make sure that there aren't any other hunters on the road who are looking out for us and trying to save their potentially kidnapped buddy if they know.
Hey Zaire, can you make me a wits composure roll, please?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Since you brought it up.
Wits and composure.
Yep. Okay then. At pointing that out, you'll sort of lean out of the available windows and take a gander around, most likely, and you don't appear to have a tail, which is probably good news.
But I do remember specifically being, like, at least around here, having to watch out for a while because we felt like people were watching. So, still say taking the alternate route would be safer.
Sure thing. So, you get to the far end of the road, are you going up or down? Or across the river, even.
Whichever we didn't do before.
You came from the Elysium before, so you would have gone south.
Alright. Well, then, guess we'll go east for a little while.
Okay, cool. So, you'll cross the river and to the other side of town.
Is that Full Sail, as in the goddamn college?
Yeah, in fact, I think it's your fault that it's there.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
If I remember rightly, I put it right near Bob's sunglasses stand just because it was your suggestion.
God fucking damn it.
So yeah, at some point you're driving right by Bob's sunglasses stand.
I'll say hi to Bob later.
Go fuck yourself, Bob.
I recognize those sunglasses anywhere. That son of a bitch. Wait, did you make Bob's sunglasses stand one of your touchstones?
I didn't make.
Oh,
actually, did I?
That would have been so good.
Oh, I thought I did though. I thought I made that one of my touchstones.
No, your touchstone is your mother.
Oh, I thought Bob was one of them.
No, if you unblock
if you only get one touchstone.
Oh yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I mean you could invest the points to get a second touchstone and make it Bob's sunglasses stand.
That'll come after a few days of more deeply rooted friendships over conversation of sunglasses.
Yeah.
Anyways, before we make it all the way to the Elysium, we should take Timothy's suggestion and call this in. There might be a place where we should stash this person other than our main point of contact.
Yep. There is a train station at the intersection of the road here, by the way, if Rose wanted to get off and, split paths and head towards the grease shaft.
I would prefer to be dropped off fully, since I've got Etienne with me.
Okie dokie. There is no quick way around over the lake. So, it will, there are minor roads and bridges, but they don't show up on the map. It will be somewhere around here near the Elysium. So, you're able to head on further down. Yeah, are you making a phone call to it, and who's going to do that?
I would assume can Mers even talk today?
I haven't heard her at all.
That is already getting up to make
How
some
do
call.
I sound, is the question.
A little bit better than last time.
Sound a lot better than last time we were playing.
And I can give it a try at least.
No, I take that back.
Yeah, at try you went try.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, don't overdo it. That's fine. Someone else can make the call unless you want to type it out.
Can I be heard?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mentioned I was gonna do it 3 times. There was oh no.
Sorry, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Go for it. Yeah, you can do it. For once you're not in the driver's seat of your own car, which probably feels weird to you.
I mean, it does, but Zaire will step out to make the phone call.
I'm driving.
Wait. Before we make the call, we are, just to make sure, telling her about the enthralled name.
You want to tell her about Etienne being a ghoul?
Etienne, yeah. Are we telling them about Etienne or no?
That seems personal. Just tell her about the other one we have.
Zaire will not.
We don't need to tell them about all of our assets.
Tim is just like, but that's my fucking job. Grumpy
I mean,
mobster.
yeah. Tim knows, so it's all good.
Yeah,
Tim
Timothy, you are her connection.
Yeah, and she did say last time not to keep her advised on everything. It's just this one we actually do need advice on where to bring this hunter for interrogation. I'm also just gonna call this guy to go box Tim. Oh wait, we already have a Tim. Never mind.
I will
So
wait
go
for
box
Timothy.
Jim. There we go.
I will wait for Timothy's response.
Yep.
New name.
Just call him Tiny Box.
Tiny box Tim. Save me, Tiny box Tim.
Oh yeah, huffing that good stuff. I can breathe again, temporarily.
Temporarily.
Nice.
There's thinking with your noggin, Timothy. That's correct. The last time that supernatural stuff happened and cleaning needed to be done, like cleaning up after the fact of weird supernatural shit, that is when you would place a call to Elysium. Although you would know it not specifically to the bartender because that's like fucking flunky tier work. If you call up and say that a cleanup needs to be made, though, they will tend to organize that kind of thing.
All right. Clean up on aisle 4.
Correct.
All right, so we are reporting the cleanup, we're reporting the captured hunter, and still not sure if we're reporting the ghoul.
You don't need to, but you can.
Named Etienne, right? I don't know why I keep
Correct,
forgetting.
yes, Etienne. And Etienne stood up, quote unquote, Emma for her date when Rose turned up. So that's how those two know each other.
Poor Tracer.
Or Tracer.
All
Now,
right.
does Etienne look like Widowmaker?
I wish that she fucking did. Let's have a look.
You
here.
know,
No. Yeah, no.
you have
Etienne
a-
was dressed like one of the fucking Bloodborne hunters. One of those ones.
yeah, if you have a high enough social skill, you should totally try to get both of them at the same time. It's gonna be great.
Well, I kind of do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
One of them's
Yeah.
partaken of the kiss a couple of times, and the other one's her ghoul.
Yeah.
They'd be pretty much down to clown.
No, okay.
And they were already about to go out themselves together.
I thought she was just still pissy about being stood up.
So basically makeup sense.
I think her, like being near death. I think that
that's
might
good.
make up for being stood up.
Why? You think the fact that she nearly died in some situation, possibly quite recently, is a reason this girl got stood up? Come now.
Don't be silly.
I mean, the GM would have to be making everything up on the spot. Yep, okay. You can say that she's been dealt with. That's a good way to look at it. Alright, so, Zaire, you make a call, and the first person who picks up is, they of course don't introduce it as the Elysium. They say that this is, the Landfields Aquarium.
Hello, this is Elysium. How may I take your call?
Yeah, this is the San Pasado Aquarium. How can I help?
Shit, what's the actual etiquette for this point? Do I just say my name and go like, I want to speak to yada yada?
In this case, you could quite literally be like, I'm Kindred, and then they'll stop playing the fucking stupid buggers game with you.
Okay.
We're the Kindred Scooby Gang.
Yeah,
Not gonna introduce myself with that.
yeah, like, I'm Kindred, this is Zaire.
Should be like some crazy passphrase.
Yeah, my
Like,
friend would
the
like to
rooster
buy a
crows every
calendar.
night.
I understand.
What is
What?
the color of night?
Oh, what was the answer to that? Hold on.
Sanguine, my brother.
Ah,
Sanguine.
I was
my
gonna
brother.
get there. I was gonna get there.
Fuck it,
Anyways.
you know what? That is it now. It is, what is the color of night? Sanguine, my brother. Bam, that's the code when you're calling the Elysium. Well done.
This is the aquarium. What is the color of night?
Wait, I mean, I know that's like what.
Well, no, you would tell them the color of night is sanguine, and they'd be like, oh, hi there, fellow Kindred.
Okay.
Hello there, fellow human.
I am communicating with you with my human mouth over these human phones.
All right. Well, Zaire will
They
basically
don't
say
have Glofnors. What? They don't have Glofnors? No!
the color of night is sanguine.
Ah, hello there. How can we help you this beautiful evening?
Yes, if she is disposed for the moment, I would like to speak to the bartender.
Of course. Can I ask who's calling, please?
Zaire Alti. She will know me.
I suspect that she will, yes. And then there's a long pause, and you hear that there is waiting music, although it's actually like, you know, they've managed to update to one of those digital call waiting things as opposed to the fucking fuzzy tape player. So you've actually got
Before even that, they just had an orchestra play every time they put a call.
Can I say how I'm kind of disappointed that the person who answered wasn't Kif?
No, because Kev needs to turn up with Zap Brannigan at a club at some point. Don't think I've forgotten.
Oh yeah,
Zap Brannigan is a player.
Yeah, he's got that. He's that horrible. What is it? Bloodline.
Yeah,
that everyone hates.
he's one of the players.
Sparkle Pyres.
The Sparkle Pyre.
Fucking players.
Where is it? Let's have a look here. Oh, I was like, where? Why can't I find the answers to it? And I've not got my.
If I've
family.
made it with a kind, please inform my Twitter followers.
Yes, Zap Brannigan of the players frequents clubs. His wingman is named Cliff. It is Cliff as opposed to Kiff because, you know, they can't all be original.
Because Cliff is a normal fucking name.
Yeah.
Yeah. I totally forgot about the salty surprise. I'm very excited about that right now.
The salty surprise.
Yeah, down at the bottom of the map, I was just scrolling around reading everything, and I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
This is the best roleplay group.
Well, it just the reality is, if when you're given free reign to put shit on a map, you might as well just go way off the rails. San Posado is a nerdy fucking city. Nerds. Gay.
I will
Actually-
just say that this prince has got to be a fucking giant nerd.
Yeah, the Kindred Prince is a fucking nerd. You've
He's
not yet
got,
met
like,
this prince, but he's a fucking nerd.
He has like one of them. He won that huge Dovahkiin statue that Bethesda had a raffle for and everything.
Totally bought up those giant Overwatch figurines.
Oh fuck yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There's just
Zaires
booty everywhere.
Zaire's is patiently waiting.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay then. Let's see. Alright, yes, it's only like a minute or so of waiting, and you've got time taking it slowly on your way back to Elysium, checking to make sure that you aren't being followed the whole way there. When eventually the bartender picks up. How can I help you, Zaire?
Hello, bartender. I have quite the report for you tonight.
Of course, I hope this is a rather more in-depth and full report than last time.
In ways, first off, we would like to request a place to house a hunter.
A hunter? As in
Yeah.
a gilded hunter, or is this some individual? An independent?
Would I know that?
You know that they were with a very large group, or at least possibly part of a very large group, so odds are higher that it's not independent.
So
It's
odds are high
probably
that they're-
gilded,
Okay.
but unconfirmed.
Probably gilded, but not confirmed yet. They were traveling in a large group, and one of them shot me with an incendiary arrow.
You were shot with an incendiary arrow, and yet
I
you
pulled
stand? You pulled
I
out?
pulled it out before it exploded.
I see. Okay then. That's also a concern. That's rather advanced armaments. Was it a modern incendiary, or would you say it was more magical in nature? Magic. It looked like a
Okay.
crossbow bolt.
Okay. It was magical of sorts.
I see. Very interesting.
Just here, Rose in the background. Magic doesn't exist.
I'm a vampire.
I
Magic doesn't
love that
exist.
Rose is still in denial. I love it. Like, werewolves don't exist. That's stupid.
And
She can
all
see
she
ghosts. And then,
believes in is vampires and ghosts. As far as she's concerned, everything else is just hokum.
she did ritual. Isn't that like ritual cult magic to get that though? Where you ritually blind yourself.
Oh my god. It's ritual cult
Okay.
magic. You know?
Ghosts, vampires, and the Loa. She
Okay.
believes in.
Yes, yeah, the lower would make sense for you.
Despite the fact that she's not Haitian, she's not any kind of voodoo heritage, she believes in the Loa.
I mean, it's quite common in the South, you know, even among white communities and stuff like that. That's why there's an entire like church down there about that kind of shit. Because you know, despite because with the rest of the country, you know that intermingling was really a thing between the races because everyone was a dick, but the French didn't care, so that's why you had like Creole and stuff like that.
Yep.
Anyways, Zaire will continue the phone. He believes he has evidence of these things. I mean, sure, that's fair to a point, but the hunter has been alive and captured well, and we wish to interrogate him, of course.
Very well. We'll make some arrangements for you. Is this hunter currently conscious? Will they need medical attention? Any of these kinds of things.
How bad did he look? Because I actually didn't pay too much attention to that.
He'd been cold cocked, but otherwise he's fine.
He's unconscious at the moment, but otherwise he is fine.
He got knocked the fuck out.
I also have something to situation.
Oh, pardon me, sorry.
I also have something to report as far as the ETM situation.
Yes, the individual who possibly eliminated Alpheus Cunningham.
Yes, to say the least, she has been dealt with for now, and she is under control.
I see. Well, okay then, if you should say so. We will make the necessary arrangements, and we shall see you relatively soon.
Oh, and yes, send out a cleaner. I did have to execute one of the hunters.
What is the... you had... Okay then, what is the location of them, sorry?
Looking at the map.
Also,
Oh,
remember,
you just
when
say,
you
like,
killed
I
the guy,
gave
he
them an
caught on
address.
fire.
Yeah, I gave them an address.
Yeah, okay.
When he killed the guy, he caught on fire. So you might want to mention, look for the smoldering corpse.
Yeah, I was about to say that. It's just like look for the black smoldering stain on the sidewalk.
Interesting.
And-
If we are able to, we'll send someone around there. If indeed that there are a large number of hunters operating in that area, it is entirely likely we don't want to send an individual or a group of cleaners over there. We'd be putting them entirely at risk. And they should keep an eye out on their own.
Claire will start remembering if they're gilded, they might be, have tracking devices on stuff like that. Would that be a wits investigation roll to look for phones, tracking devices, stuff like that?
Correct it would.
Wouldn't it be kind of too late for that since we're like so far out?
No,
We're
you're currently
halfway out,
you crossed a river and you're just on a road right now.
All right, but yeah, Zaire also has one more thing to say.
Go right ahead.
It'll be like, wait, I have one question for you.
Very well.
Those hunters, they tracked us for quite some time, and they were very well prepared. Do you have any information on hunter movements? Anything of the sort through the grapevine that would, I don't know, any events going on?
We will have to grab a few of our investigators, I suppose is the best way to describe them. When you arrive at the Elysium later, we will see what information can be provided to you.
Even though she can't see it, Zaire will not. That is satisfactory.
Nice, Tim.
Very well, we shall see you soon. And then the call ends. Alright, Timothy, Claire, between the two of you, you start looking over the unconscious person. There's a lot of rustling going on in that van. And yes, you start picking through their equipment and you find that on the inside of his particularly cool looking leather coat, there are still like a number of weapons and vials and stuff that are incredibly dangerous that you just haven't done anything about. As well as he has a phone, he has a smartwatch, and I believe a tracking device in his boot and a tracking device clipped into his ear.
I will suggest destroying the tracking devices and the smartwatch, but not the phone. Just take the battery out. It might have information we could use, or, investigators could use later.
Damn
And the
it!
SIM card.
I want to
that too.
mention this, but it's such ass bully. I'm not gonna.
Even if you turn off a phone, it can still be remotely turned on and listened into.
Yep.
If you know enough about phones, you can do that. That's why you need to take out the SIM card and the battery.
Correct. Yep. Yeah. And yeah, with that instruction, you're able to do so without any problems.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we could do if we were trying to be incredibly clever is keep the if one of the tracking devices is a listening device, destroy the tracking one, and then give false information over the listening device.
The ear-clipped one appears to be capable of doing communications as well as having tracking.
I really hope we found that before the phone call was made.
You know what? This you like Zaya was the one doing the call, and you two were the one doing the investigation. I'll say that it was something. It was something you probably like had on your mind during this conversation. So yes, you would have been able to deal with that.
I did step out to make the call because I assumed I was going to like a payphone or payphone or something.
Okay.
But yeah, that was my role to make sure to check this around. Just found the tracking device.
Yep. Let's have a look here. You do detect. It's a card that you've seen in like the wing mirror a couple of times while you were just keeping a general eye out, and for some reason you've seen it again, and it seems unlikely that this is just a coincidence now after like the third or fourth time. Right now the van is pulled over and you're at a payphone making this call while they're going over the body and stuff. The listening devices are dealt with and picked up. What are you going to do, Zaire?
Well, first, go to my van.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go, Timothy. I might need you for a second. Come prepared.
We'll give
I
Mez a
forgot
sec.
Timmy's not.
Yep. We'll give Mez a sec.
Possibly. Probably. Zaire will pick up his P90 again. And bring the katana.
I forgot you have a katana.
Okay.
Be prepared. Okay.
Okay.
There should be like medical supplies in the back if he's that much of a prepper.
I do have medical supplies in the back. I have like medicine for.
Since we've pulled over to the side, Rose will hand up the medical kit to. No, Claire will hand up the medical kit to Rose. Sorry.
That would be probably for the relatively banged up Etienne there, I would assume.
Yeah, I assume it has painkillers and stuff like that in there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. If I wasn't driving, I could actually give medical attention.
Like little cherry pops of morphine, stuff like that.
Dig that stuff out for Etienne and passed over.
Yep, she'll look at it for a second in her eyes before shrugging and just like gulping them down, no problem at all. And she'll resume sitting there and probably thinking about fuck knows what.
What the hell did I just get myself into?
And when do these kick in? Am I going up? Am I going down?
Why are these vampires more polite than I thought they'd be?
Yeah, she's thinking of an awful lot of things. Also, there are lots of borks, Lily.
Yes, there are.
Pork.
Okay.
I actually get really woozy and loopy when I wake up, and I'm at my friend's house, so because his internet's a lot better than mine. And I woke up and all of his dogs were barking, and I was so loopy I just thought to myself, this pillow has magic properties. If I concentrate hard enough, the dogs will shut up. It didn't work, but I totally believed that for a while before I realized that, no, you dumbass, that's not how things work.
That's not how anything works.
That's That's not how any of this works.
Anyways, while walking up, I'll turn to Timothy and go, oh, well, I mean, she wouldn't know this, but just to say it, I have a silencer and swords. Let's try to keep this quiet just in case. I'll trust your judgment if we'll need the P90.
Do you have suppressors for the P90 as well?
I'm gonna say no, just because that probably would be too much higher. I have a resource.
Yeah.
I have a suppressor for my pistol.
Reasonable assumption right there. Okay, excellent. Yeah, you're able to approach, and are you doing so with any measure of stealth? There is definitely a car approaching, but it's come to the point now where it's sort of like stopping and starting and trying to be as sneaky as a car can be. Now you're kind of onto them.
Well, if we're talking stealth, I'll let Timothy check it out. What does Timothy want to do about it since we're still over by the car?
Does Timothy use face in the crowd? Because otherwise Timothy doesn't give a shit.
And another question: is your suppressed pistol using subsonic rounds?
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Okay, that's
subsonic
something
rounds
that
won't make a crack.
DCL, as a non-gun nerd, does not know what that is.
Okay, so subsonic rounds don't actually pierce the speed of sound, so they don't make the crack when the bullet won't make the crack when it pierces the sound barrier. So it's a lot quieter.
Okay, here's the
Still
question.
got the pop of.
Yeah, you still got, because it's not a silencer; they're suppressors. It still makes a lot of noise, but I was just wondering if there would be, if he specifically said he was using subsonic rounds, if like one of the things for stealth would be like a modifier on it, like a bonus.
Essentially, when people like to be fair, the game doesn't differentiate for that.
Yeah,
so
I
it's
figured like
I didn't
homebrew stuff, you know.
yeah.
I didn't see that through in the game manual at all, so I assume that's just something.
I
Just-
would probably assume as well that it's subsonic because in this silencers appear to actually do quite a lot. So I can only assume that they're going on guns that are subsonic.
Okay.
You're not you could be carrying a sword in the open as you're fine, but you're not attempting to draw attention to yourself. It's quite specific about that. So having a P90 under your coat is fine. You can still face in the crowd.
And our P90s pretty stubby, anyways. So
Yeah, they're pretty
easy to
compact.
hide.
Yeah, it's not an issue for you.
Yeah, they're like tiny briefcase size.
Yeah. The magic of facing the crowd is that when it says drawing attention to yourself, it means whether you're trying to yourself. So it's like you having a P90 under your coat. Does any part of you want that to be obvious? Because then, in which case, it counts against facing the crowd. It's kind of how your own character thinks about it. Sorry, I keep like running out of breath midway into sentences right now.
That's
Good deep breaths. Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Timothy is basically invisible to you guys right now anyway. So, stealth is certainly an option, Zaire, but it always is when Timothy's involved. It's your call if you want to try and be sneaky yourself.
I default to Timothy's logic. I will tell her that I have seen that car following us around for a little while.
That doesn't even turn into a link. Is it safe to open though? Wait, that's DCL.
What?
That's what happens
It's Zaire.
Sorry, yes, it's Zaire. He shaves his head. Wonderful, wonderful.
I'm now compelled to. Speaking of compelling to do stuff, we did not talk about the objectives for the day.
You're right. Guys, I'm very sorry, I totally forgot. Aspirations. You're supposed to have 3. Right now, Lily has see your touchstone and investigate Etienne's place. That one already happened, you got a 1, I didn't mark that
Yes.
green, so you need 2 more.
I want to get Etienne settled in.
Yep.
And I want to figure out why the fucking hunters hate us so much.
Okay, excellent.
Racists.
DCL, you have take down an opponent stronger than you still, and you have helped guide the group intact to fortune and glory, which has been given a plus by now, so when you eventually get that, it will be worth extra beat. You need a new 3rd.
I want to protect Etienne and make sure that she gets home. That she stays alive during the duration of the mission. So I guess that's also kind of long term.
That will probably end up getting a plus beat by the end of this. All right. Mers, you have find a kind worthy of siring, stop a vampire breaking the masquerade, and use expertise with the Invictus Covenant to aid friends/party. You'll probably get a beat for that at the end of this because you're going to be going back to the Elysium. Stray has find my book, which has a plus, walk in the sun, which has a plus, and find the girlfriend, which now has a plus. So all of Claire's ones are active and have become long term.
Wait. You have to find a girlfriend?
It hasn't come up yet.
Yep,
That's
has not
like
come up
probably
yet.
the most normal one out of all of these.
Actually, a bunch of secret stuff has already appeared in the background. Hooray!
Yep, there's a bunch of like secret things between me and yeah. But anyways,
It has actually been alluded to in other conversations, though.
It has.
A bunch of secret colluding and
No, it's happened in it's
ERPing.
happened in conversations that you guys have been privy to. It's been actually pretty well done, which is why it's already worth a plus beat.
Then Zaire
Sometimes
is
I
like
can
my
RP.
intention.
Sometimes.
Sometimes we're both a combination of just drunk enough and just sober enough to make a whole person.
Or yeah, by the end of a session, it's I am far too drunk to remember.
Yes,
That's basically what happens.
All right, it's
But yeah.
fine.
So, does Timothy want to stealth this? Or do we want to kind of go in hard?
Timothy is using face in the crowd, so Timothy is stealthing this.
Okay.
you've already like lost sight of Timothy. Like, what? Where'd you
Yeah,
go?
he-
Hey, he's
He
standing
Batman
right.
you.
Yeah, he Batman the
I
shit out of
didn't,
you.
no.
Ah, that's it. Batman's a vampire with obfuscate.
Yes.
Zaire is
Batman
totally-
uses face in the crowd all the time.
Zaire is totally used to this and doesn't even bother searching
Yeah.
once.
So, Timothy, are we going stealthy? Okay, great. Can
Zaire
you...
will just kind of be subtly ready to pounce when needed.
Okay then, Zaire, you have no skill training in stealth.
Nope.
Would you like to give me a stealth dexterity check?
Wait, I'm not going with him.
Oh no, you're not going with. Okay, great. So Timothy, you're going to be able to approach the car first. It pulls over. Let's see here. Can you give me
So
wits
what,
composure,
Zaire's
please?
doing covering?
Zaire is essentially in a covering position. Yes. Yes. No. Is Zaire in a covering position?
Yes.
Okay, great. Wits composure, yes, please, Tim. The French were still racist, they just didn't care who they fucked. A hole is a hole. When did that come up in the fucking stream chat?
It came up when I was talking about French expats in America.
Okay, cool. Alright, Timothy. In the car, you can see that there are 3 individuals. There is someone who is, like, half sat in the back and not paying attention to, like, the outside world. There is one driver who is in a conversation with another guy. And then there is another one who's staring at the car and he's looking just kind of confused. He's not quite sure what's up. And then there's, like, a pause wherein, Claire probably just smashed that other listening device where he just sort of winces and leans into his ear or something. So, you essentially have the drop on them. They apparently do not have the ability to pierce obfuscate. They are in civilian garb, but they are definitely trying to, like, pay attention to that car.
And then Tim pulls out the C4 we didn't know about.
I wish.
Do you know what I honestly expect was Tim to walk up to the side of the car and then just unload the P90 through the windows at all 3 of them and then run away again?
Would just be a tad too loud, as much as I want it to happen.
It's on the edge of the poor district.
More senseless deaths attributed to crime, to gang violence.
Yep. They're gonna blame it on the blacks again, aren't they?
I mean, they wouldn't be partially wrong in this case.
There is his gun. Ow.
I'm sorry.
That one was deep in my lungs.
That sounded deep.
Whew. It's cool. At least I still have a relatively decent amount of my voice. Also, I know that Lily has obligations for later in this evening.
Correct.
The
We're just
only
waiting on
thing-
Ben to show up.
Yeah, the only thing that would draw a cop's attention from it being like a gang hit is that the P90 uses very, very specific ammunition. It's not something that's very common. The 5.7 by 28 millimeter, not that common.
Fair enough. Claire doesn't know that, though.
Oh, hell no.
Claire doesn't know shit
But,
about that.
you know, it has to be fairly common. I recall getting it all the time in Fallout.
Oh my god. Alright, so Timothy is slashing tires.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, you have no problem doing that. I assume that you're going to do it, like, slowly and across the side as opposed to just, like, fucking jab it with your sword so that they burst loudly. I mean, you could do that if you wanted to. So, okay, cool. Yep, you're able to slash the tires. They're not entirely, you know, they don't notice their car, like, subtly start to sink by, like, a centimeter at a time, but to you it's perceptible because you've caused it and you're looking for it to happen. Yeah, you have no issues going from tire to tire to tire.
Leans down to pretend to tie a shoe, cuts the brake line.
Yeah, I honestly expected Timothy to go for the brake line instead of the tires. That would have been pretty awesome.
I recommend putting a rag into the gas cap area.
Yeah,
And lighting that.
The gas cap is locked, I'm afraid.
What? What kind of people have locked gas caps?
I know, right?
Fucking most cars.
No.
I've never been in a car that doesn't have a fucking key lock on a
be
fucking gas cap.
Yeah, to be fair, pretty much every car here does.
What do you live in Mad Max land? Everybody's trying to siphon gas from you?
I live in California.
Of course everyone's trying to siphon.
No, they're trying to siphon water from you.
That too, but it's like $6 a gallon here.
Oh my god.
Okay, yeah, and for actually disabling a car, you could take out the brake lines, you could probably fuck around with the transmission from under there, and you can take out the tires.
Kick the tires and light the fires, Big Daddy.
This is a part of the show where we're all just trying to remember sabotages from Burn Notice.
Burn
About
notice.
I miss Burn Notice.
love that show.
Let's have a look here. You have no stealth, no larceny, no survival, and no drive. So you wait, no, I'm looking at Zaire, sorry. He has no stealth, larceny, or drive. You don't know any of the skills necessary when it comes to doing shit like what Timothy's doing right now. Timothy, no...
Direct murder?
That's why Zaire and Timothy work as a pair.
That's fine. Timothy has a modicum of stealth, so please make a stealth check for me, Timothy.
These guys have violated the masquerade.
And on top of that, these guys are hunters. They
Yes,
exist
I mean
to
by
kill
violating the masquerade.
Yep.
Well.
Stealth decks, yes, please.
Oh yeah, because I was about to ask, is it really...
Yay! You have no
Do
trouble.
we really need to be concerned about, like, preserving the life of their hunters?
I guess,
think
speaking for your characters, you know that killing them would draw a lot more attention. But also, I mean, they are fucking hunters. They are worse than trash in your eyes.
Yeah. Making them disappear is the thing that we want.
Yes.
We don't want there to be bodies found in an investigation. They just went off, hey guys, we'll be right back. We're going to go find our buddy that got kidnapped, and they were never seen again.
Actually, the typical vampire reaction to hunters wouldn't necessarily be to kill them. It'd be to subtly point them in the direction of their rivals.
That's very true. Do you know any such rivals? You can make a check if you wanted to consider that kind of thing. Or if you have an in-character rival, you could just make them up right now on the spot.
All of the vampires we've met have been too friendly.
True. I mean, but you can also just make up past horrible, shady people because, I mean, that's how this game works for RP. I want you guys to learn the world as much as I do. So if you would like someone that you could possibly start pointing these hunters at, I absolutely recommend going ahead and doing so. Invent a way.
Well, I'm just sitting back and watching them slash tires.
Yeah.
Watching Timothy slash tires. Well, actually, I don't even notice it because
you don't know. You have no idea. You can't hear, unless you have super hearing. You don't know that anything's being slashed or poked or any of that shit. Okay, they're disabled. Alright, excellent. Yep, Timothy, you're able to do that and hop back into the car, etc., etc.
Alright, while that was happening, Claire will turn to Etienne and smile very prettily. So, do you know where my book is?
Can you roll me a fate die, please?
The
Fate
die.
die.
Chance die, sorry.
It's 1d10, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm remembering
You're
correctly.
after a 10. Wow. She pauses.
The only game I can roll in.
Well done. Okay, she pauses and goes, wait, you mean the one I took from Etienne? Oh, sorry, from Alpheus?
I was about to say.
So yes, the book I took from Alpheus?
Black book, very old. Presumably, yes, that's who you took it from. May I have it back, please? Trying very hard not to, would you smiles not to reveal any fangs, despite the fact that she's kind of annoyed.
There is a repository where hunters put potentially dangerous works. You'll see you have books, papers, documents, all sorts of things like that. We hide them in a library, go figure. Where would you go to look for a hidden magical book? Probably not at your local public library, but that is certainly where your book is hiding now.
I mean, they're not
No,
wrong.
that would actually be the first place I look. I've seen movies.
I would
Magic
very
tends to
much
hang
like
out
all
there.
the information you can give to me as its location, where exactly I can find it, and who's guarding it, please.
As for guards, that's not something I know about, but I can give you the location. I know that it is in our main library, and she will give you the address. It is a place probably not too far from the colleges, but probably in between, you know, the Polytechnic and the actual college. It seems like a good place to have a giant public library. It is the larger of two other other public libraries in the area, because there are a few, because this town is fucking huge, city even. So let's have a look here. Drawing, draw a shape, and right here. Oh, that's an awful colour to use. There we go. Okay. Top left, right between Silverleaf and Pacific Grove Polytechnic.
And my last question, do you know when they're gonna get rotated out and picked up?
I'm afraid I have nothing to do with how guarding those books is managed. I wasn't involved in that.
Someone's popular.
Hooray, popularity!
Claire will smile graciously and sit back down.
Yeah,
And
Grumble, grumble, grumble. My
she
book.
doesn't have any details, but apparently it's also might not be just your book there.
Mine.
No, as in there will be other books.
Oh, okay.
That's where the hunters take all their stolen fucking Kindred shit. She doesn't know how well guarded it is or any of those procedures. She
What
knows
was
the
that
location, but that's about it.
What was that one fucking anime about that bibliophile that fought with books and stuff like that?
Oh, fuck.
I forget that, but yeah.
Read or Die?
Yeah, Read or Die.
I never even
Yeah.
watched that. I just know about it. It's so popular.
Because you're a weeb. We're all fucking weebs.
Shut up.
We're all I used the word we're all fucking weebs. I'm inclusive.
Just because it's true, man. Just because it's true.
You don't even know my struggles, man.
You don't know the
Bro.
struggles of being a weeb, man.
Dude.
You have any idea how much my katana collection cost? I'm sorry.
Damn you.
Oh, goddamn.
Excellent. Okay, no, that's fine.
Alright,
so
so-
you've been given that location.
Yeah, has everyone hopped back in the car at this point? Because I'll have just been talking about this when they were gone, in between like handing out medical supplies, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, if it's medical supplies, then Zaire will hop back a little bit and try to quickly patch up.
Okay, can you
Yeah.
make a medical check for me? Because you might actually be properly skilled enough to do a medical check. I don't know that... Rose, you don't have anything on your actual character for doing a proper treatment, right? You just forked over some painkillers?
Yeah, I'll do wits and medicine.
Alright, go for it. That is absolutely what you should be doing now.
You, only one.
Only one, but in this game, literally the difference between like 1 and 5 is nothing. It's when you hit 5, it's an incredible success, and sometimes I will use a number success to gauge who gets the most focus if you all do like the same action. In this case, you're the only one providing medicine. You got a success. It's as good as if you'd gotten 4. The magic of dice pools in the system. I'll make a drink after this because I'm running out of voice.
Me too.
Yay.
Running out of cocktail.
That is a terrible sign. You need more cocktail. Okay. You see that some of her wounds have already been patched up. You know what? There was wits involved in that. It was probably down to this person receiving some less than normal healing. Like, she has a really aggressive-looking wound across her gut. It looks like her fucking intestines should nearly have been falling out by that point. But they've, adjusted themselves, and the rate of blood loss isn't as close to death as you expected. I mean, she's not in good condition. Like, purely from a numbers standpoint, she's down to 2 vitae and 3 wounds. So she's in a bad way.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can see that she's still really fucking hurt.
Yeah, she's down to 0 vitae. She spent it on healing.
You gave her more vitae so that she could spend it on healing. She's still hanging on to a couple because she's a ghoul now. I don't know.
I gave her 2 vitae.
You gave her 2 and she was on 1, and she's spent 1 and used it to heal wounds up.
Okay.
Yeah, she hasn't spent all of her resources, so that it means that later on in this game she will actually still be competent and usable. She's just in more pain now.
What time is it at this point?
It was about...
It's adventure time.
Damn it. Okay, it is about...
But I already grabbed my friends. You're all in the car.
Yay. It's about 1:30 a.m., I would say, because, the danger zone was one of your first stops in that session.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
Like, you went by to the Elysium at the very beginning of the session, like the moment that night fell, and it's autumn, so that was 8.
Also, important note, real quick.
Yeah.
Last thing. After I'm done giving her medical attention to the best I can, I will hand her a lollipop.
Oh my god. Holy shit. She will suck the lollipop. Actually, I don't know. I can't remember how ghouls eat in this. Do they go vitae only, or do they still go human food?
Oh, ghouls are just humans.
They're
Just
just
they can
dudes
process.
with the process. Okay,
Vitae.
excellent. Yep, she
I'm
will
pretty
accept
sure-
that lollipop. Roll me a
Dudes are
d3.
just,
We'll just judge that on how many wounds she gets back.
Yeah, empowered humans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eh.
Alright, she gains a wound back. Still better than nothing. She was in pretty fucking bad shape. You don't have a surgical kit to hand, so there's obviously a limit on what you can do, but you patch up some of the less close to aggravated wounds.
I don't have a surgical kit. I need to fix that.
Well, more like even if you do, you can't do surgery in the back of a moving van. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's...
There's absolutely a limit on your capabilities in the back of the van. Even you're right. I said surgical kit. More like you know enough that humans don't like having surgery done on them in the back of a moving vehicle.
Okay.
Unless you had 5 intelligence and 5 points in medicine.
Oh yeah, if you
Which
just
you
had
don't
if
care
you
for.
had incredible, if you were like the blackjack of surgery, then I would let you fucking go for it. Hooray! But you're
Oh, I
not.
should have made Vampire Rick. That would have been great.
When you say that, all I can think of is Tiny Rick, but dressed as a goth.
I'm Tiny Rick. All right.
Anyways, yeah. Give him the lollipop, and when Timothy finally comes back, I go, "Oh, you've returned." So,
Yeah, but Timothy will tell you, 3 in the car following us, they'll have a hard time of it now, no tires or transmission. I didn't think it was wholly necessary to kill them. That being my Timothy Lee impression.
all right.
Now, Timothy
Very-
Lee sounds much more like an arsehole than that impression.
Okay. 3 in the car following us, Zaire. They'll have a hard time of it now, no tires or transmission. I didn't think it was wholly necessary to kill them.
Very well then. I default to your choice. Let's get back on the road.
There you go.
Yes. Think, mobster's right-hand man kind of asshole.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, see, yeah.
I'm Timothy Lee. I'm gonna give you the Timmy gun and a Tommy gun.
Yeah.
So Zaire will make sure to make a few off-put left turns and make sure to avoid the Yakuza just to give them time to lose them before we come.
Yakuza.
Yeah.
We have
I
a
said
hit
avoiding
on
the Yakuza.
Yeah. Okay,
Oh,
so what
okay.
you mean is, well, the reality is that you don't see roads in these areas here. There are small roads there. It's just that since they're minor roads, they aren't they just aren't drawn because I'm not drawing that many fucking roads.
Okay, fair enough.
There
Yeah,
are
I'll-
houses underneath. So you can literally just say you go to here and back, and you've literally done
Yeah.
5 streets. Because if you
I wish I
just
had more
assumed
drive
these
so I
were
could
all
lead
main
the way.
thoroughfares.
yes, those are all main roads. So you wouldn't want to use all of these main thoroughfares to drop a tail because that would be terrible. Just like I haven't drawn any other like big roads going across this water. It doesn't mean that up near Full Sail is the only way to get across town. There are tons of tiny bridges, but they're very small.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm trying to lose them.
Yep, you'll let's see here. You still have no stealth and no drive skill, and no survival skills,
I
and no
thought Rose was
larceny
still
skills.
driving.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
She
it's
never
actually
got a driver's
yeah. You're
seat.
right. It's Rose who's still driving seat. So yes, Rose.
No, if we like stop.
Oh, if you stopped, you swapped. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like it's not my
Uh,
car, so if Zaire wanted to.
All right.
I mean, am I gonna have to make like a full initial D like drift to get away from these guys?
Well, no, it's
Now that
more
they're-
like just showing the kind of competency. So in this case, it would
Looks-
be it would be stealth wits, which is not going to be easy for you. But if someone else can score a success in stealth, they can assist you and give you an extra die. And I would say that's probably going to be Rose as your best bet.
Okay.
Looks like them Duke boys got themselves in trouble again.
Can you roll me
Let's
some
try.
raw stealth, Rose, and you can just sort of backseat drive him around.
Ooh, just raw stealth?
Yeah, raw stealth. It's just you backseat driving. It gives him an extra dice if
Oh,
you get any
God.
successes.
That's terrible.
Is that bad for you? Well, I mean, you're not. You can't make a stealth dex check from the back of the car.
It's one dot.
Oh man, you're all dexterity.
Oh, she's yeah. Well, she's also wits, which is the other-
Streetwise?
Oh, streetwise. Yes, you can put streetwise in that bitch. Being streetwise definitely helps, especially since you're now literally going through the streets, spelled DA. All right, excellent. Well done. Yes, you are able to drive around sufficiently in that you're pretty certain you've lost your lead. You even make a trip like around the outside of the Hail Mary. It's a club that's out of a old altered church. It's doing pretty well for itself. You're aware there are some pretty hard parties there. And yeah, at some point you're able to cross the bridge, and you're on the richer side of town, and then it's off towards the Elysium again. It's at this point, Rose, do you want to get off at the Elysium here, or do you ask if you can... In fact, wait, your bike is there, right? You could possibly get Etienne on your bike and just fucking haul ass to the grease shaft on it.
Does
Well,
it
you
look
could-
like she could handle a bike ride?
She did just get a little bit more patched up by Zaire, so yes, she could, as long as, assuming that you go for the from behind hold as opposed to have a latch onto your back.
Before,
It's a bit
Sure.
awkward. It's a bit awkward. So if you're doing any driving tests, it's going to be incredibly hard. But this is just motorcycling.
before Etienne drives off, Zaire will make sure to give her a full diagnosis, tell her to get plenty of rest and sleep, and not to aggravate the wound.
If Rose wants to wait, Claire will offer her to drop her off, and Oh wait, yeah, you still gonna have your bike there though. Never mind.
Her bike would still be there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll leave at the Elysium, get Etienne on the bike, and we'll slow boat it.
Yep. All right. You're able to putt on by.
Since we don't have the rest of the crew there, I will actually head to my house.
Okay. Excellent. I will just grab the little old rose token and bung you over there, so that we know that you're separate from the rest of the party right now.
Zaire will remember that.
Zaire will remember this. Actually, hey Zaire, do you want to make a quick check because you were trying to be all nice and buddy with Rose's brand new ghoul?
I was just being a doctor.
You were just being a doctor, but also you worded it in a reasonably pleasant and nice person way. And she's got a lot to be introduced into the world of fucking vampires again. So make for me a composure. Empathy, yeah, absolutely. You're fucking incredible at that shit. Empathy.
Were we actually told to go back to the Elysium with the dude?
Yes,
The
they said
hunter.
they said that they would make preparations at the Elysium for you to bring in a
Oh my
captive.
God.
Oh god
They're-
damn.
Apparently, I was
They're
awesome.
hooking up a rope over the Shark Tank.
Yeah.
So we're working for Bond villain vampires now?
It's the whole. If I remember
the
right,
best
if I remember rightly, the reason Third said that she wanted this to be an aquarium is for exactly shark-related Bond villain-esque antics. So yeah,
Oh my god, I love this so much.
the sharks have definitely feasted on kind before.
Apparently, I was a pretty good doctor.
Yeah, no, you did an incredible job, and she was very thankful of the lollipop. She still looks like utterly shell-shocked and confused because this is a lot to take in all of a sudden. And she's like way loopy from blood loss and from receiving the kiss, and then receiving the kiss backwards. Like, yeah, she's in a bit of a state, but she appears
God.
genuinely thankful before she is.
Oh God, have
patted
I
away.
been waifued?
Needs to be a book on that. You've been waifu. 20 steps to handle your new life.
It's like the lad Bible of negging, but it's the nerd Bible of waifuing. You gotta waifu her, bro. Okay, I very much need to pour myself another drink because my voice is spent. If in the interim, Lily, you need to bounce out.
I do.
Oh, excellent. Yes, in fact, apparently that's just started now, so you are free to escape, and thank you very much for coming along.
I will spend the time, like, getting to know Etienne.
Yeah, I will provide you some secret, super secret information later on, and you are able to get, because we'll wrap up your beats quickly now, your session beat, and I guess get Etienne settled in. And DCL, you did an incredible job of doctorizing her for her.
Well,
So I'm giving you a plus beat because it's not the duration, the whole job isn't done, but you've advanced it quite definitely.
Hey, but wait, we're not done playing, are we?
We're not, I'm just keeping Lily's ones updated
Well,
because she's going to be away.
Okay.
Scout, if you want, we could, like, role play that out later tonight, or
Yeah, sure thing,
tomorrow
if
or
you're around
something
and
like
free.
that.
But
Grab the
otherwise,
beat.
yeah, we'll keep those ones in mind.
Work.
You have fun.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye, third.
Hi.
Oh,
Right, and I'm going to quickly fetch a drink.
okay.
So am I.
You people and your drinks.
I just need stuff so I don't
Hey.
fucking choke on my own throat.
I
I'm
need-
running out of breath midway into sentences, and I just have to keep going.
What do you have?
And
Just a
I need
cold, but
drink.
it's really settled deep in my lungs at the moment.
Ouch.
And I need a drink because I'm a drinker.
Yay!
I mean-
All right.
Alright,
be
be right
right
back a second as well then. And I will put on some music for the stream because I'm a lovely person. Let's see here. Let's give them some... let's go with a bit of Alice Cooper.
I'm back.
Fucker.
What?
Nothing.
Hey, Emerge. Sorry, your voice is still out. That sucks. That sucks too.
History of silicon.
What?
History of silicon.
Hmm.
Materials engineering is for a product.
All right. I think I remember people talking about that in a stream. You're like a engineer, right?
Yeah, I'm going in for electrical engineering.
Nice.
And you're getting completely fucking owned by your course load.
Yep.
But hey, fucking Silverline, you're on the way. It's all cool. It's all steps towards you being like a responsible ass motherfucking dude.
I know, right? I keep forgetting that every time I'm complaining about college, I still am going in for a degree.
Yeah,
that is
like
very good.
you're doing like as much as it fucking sucks. You're doing something incredibly hard, and that's why it sucks a lot. But the payoff is that you have done something incredibly hard, and that will be amazing for you.
I hate adulting. My fucking my bank account is still down. There's this massive fucking server thing that happened, and now my bank account's all borked.
Bork?
Well, this is what happened when you go for it's a Californian branch, and you don't go for any of like the really big ones, because the big ones are basically like too big to fail, but they also don't really have really good deals or like student loans, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So instead you turn up and it's like, so will you be taking out a loan today, dude?
Yeah, pretty much.
How's your checking account looking, bro?
Yeah, I was supposed to transfer some money last week, as you well know, and then I went in and, the PayPal said that it couldn't connect to my bank account anymore. I went into my bank and they're like, nah, we'll get it done in like 3 to 5 business days. It's like 3 fucking days later, come on.
Yeah, don't worry
Because
about
that's also where my booze money is all locked up in.
it. That's terrible. That's it.
Oh my god, that gas was ruined you.
Yeah, that gas was bad news.
Yeah, but my bro just said, yeah, just drink my tequila, I don't care.
Woo!
Alright.
That's a bro. Listen, is he a bro? Is he a brother bro or a California bro?
I mean, we've been friends for a really long time, and
okay,
I used
so
to
he's
live at
a
his
bro.
house, so...
Okay, yeah, he's just a bro.
He's my dude, bro.
He's a dude bro. Oh, that's right. A dude bro is different to a brother bro.
I remember my perception of adulting changed when I found out that adults don't even like adulting.
That's like the first person who's like excited that they get to do their own housework. That is interesting once, and then after you're like, wait, I have to do that shit every time.
If I ever talk about either of my brothers, I'll just say my brother, not my actual bros, because I actually don't like my brothers that much.
Yeah,
'cause
my
they
brother's
aren't
kind of
bros.
My brother's kind of kind of went the crazy way of my parents. Is kind of a mega Christian homophobe, which is bad because I'm bisexual, so he's always
That's
like,
even worse.
you have a heart full of sin. Just like, shut the fuck up, dude. You used to eat snails.
You're in every hole's a goal sexual. It's cool. It's the best kind of sexual. You have twice the fucking taste.
Yeah, which is weird because I've said about how like crazy my growing up is, but the thing is, my parents kind of did like a 180, and just kind of relaxed about things. So like, one of my little sisters is a druid, and I got when they found Pokemon cards and. They found Pokemon cards in my backpack and took me to Deliverance, which is non-denominational exorcism because they believe demons lived in the cards.
Oh man,
It's just
you have
so
one of those
fucking
parents?
weird.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Dude
It
was
bad, but
home
let's not
quote
talk-
unquote
yeah,
schooled for most of his childhood. This shit's
Ugh.
fucked.
Homeschooled when my mom dropped out of high school in 10th grade, and so I still don't know like most of my multiplication tables and stuff like that because I was never taught math.
Man, you see, this is one of the reasons why I kind of don't want kids. I'm like, how am I gonna?
How
fuck up
am I
my
gonna fuck this up?
Oh, hey, I can read real good because I was allowed to go to the library. I was allowed to go. Well, I say allowed to go to the library. My parents followed me around and made sure that I didn't pick up any books that were subversive.
subversive?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god! You see,
And I was
this
allowed
I
to go to
can't
church.
be a I can't be a parent. I don't want to fuck it up.
It's so
But
bad.
you would be an amazing parent because you don't want to fuck it up. They don't care if they fucked it up or not. I am amazed your sister's a druid though. You never mentioned that. That's hot as fuck.
Oh yeah. One of my little. I'm the eldest out of like the entire thing, and my little sister was like, "All right, real organized religion is generally bullshit. How about I just join a dead religion? All right, I'm a druid now. Okay.
I mean,
This
fuck
is
it.
just
I mean,
sloppy.
fuck it. If on paper, if I'm ever forced to put in a religion, I will probably put Sith before I put anything else.
I know, right?
Oh man.
Okay. Anyway, let's
Enough about my horrible dumbass past.
I know it's so
Let's pretend
it's
to be
so terrible, but
vampires.
it's also just riveting to hear how people live the American
Hey,
redneck stereotype so hard.
which is weird because we're Californian.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Like literally, when you said your sister's
well,
a druid, I was like, that's
listen,
very Californian. But then the
It's
rest of that
weird
is not.
because it's weird because my mom is Californian, covered in tattoos, and used to live on the streets and was a punk, but completely did a 180 when she found sweet Lord Baby Jeebus.
Sweet Lord, baby Jesus.
Yep.
Baby Jesus.
Yep, but that would take forever to explain all the quirks of my past. But at this point, it's just funny to me. I have some funny ass stories. But let's pretend to be vampires. That's more fun.
All right, so we've come back to Elysium.
That's right. Zaire does an incredibly good job of like a follow up with her and make sure that Etienne's gonna fucking survive the journey. Just so you're aware, I put a plus to your beat for protecting Etienne and keeping her alive for the duration, so that you got a fucking incredibly decent success that I didn't expect.
Well, it turns out that
Good
Zaire
start.
wasn't a child soldier. He was a child combat medic.
Yeah, he was the poster child for Les Enfants Terribles.
Little baby Zaire wanted to grow up and be a medic before he was trained to be a badass
He
killer.
watched the only other TV show that came to to his little village other than Scooby Doo was MASH.
Yeah, of course. I was gonna say it's MASH, isn't it? It's fucking great. But I don't think DCL gets MASH references because DCL.
I don't.
Way too young. Way too young for MASH. I'm almost too young for MASH.
I guess you're only like 3 months younger than I am. I've seen every episode of MASH like 5 times.
Oh yeah. Hey, an hour and a half ago it was my birthday. Woo!
Oh shit.
Nice.
I'm a quarter.
Happy birthday, bro.
Thank you. I'm a quarter fucking century, bitches.
Yeah.
Birthday, Scout.
I'm 17 plus 7.
17 plus.
Wait, did I
Okay.
actually do that maths correctly? I didn't. I'm 17 plus 8. I can't maths. Don't worry about it, it's all good. Yay! Okay,
Oh,
so yes,
I guarantee you do better maths than I do.
almost. I mean, I did actually used to be an accountant, so
Oh yeah, I actually recall that.
yep, those are some weird old fucking days. Yeah, Rose will put off with Etienne. Hooray!
I kind of imagine she has like a moped now instead of a
Instead
like
of
a badass crotch
instead of the
rocket.
fucking Kawasaki Ninja that I've always imagined her to be
just
driving.
What? Anyways.
Like,
She has to do the motorbike noises when she fucking revs it.
otherwise, it just feels too bad for using it.
Okay, great. When you arrive, it's not the usual arrival to the Elysium. Like you would usually come up to the closed-up aquarium, and then you would sort of knock at the door, and then someone would let you in, hip hip hooray. And then you would go past the initial rooms and downstairs. Instead, when you go up to the door and knock on it, you are instead greeted by 4 people, and they are dressed in like rather, I guess, conservative clothes, like t-shirts and jeans. They're all obviously vampires. None of them are using the blush of life, and they will wave you on. Instead of heading down to where the usual gatherings of people are, they're going to apparently be taking you to another room in the aquarium.
And
So
Zaire
you're
will be the
saying-
one to handle the zip cuffed hunter if he's awake yet.
He is
So-
still out cold from being choked.
All right,
so
I'm
you're
carrying him.
saying that we're confronted by the vampiric men in black?
I don't know. No, because they're wearing like jeans and t-shirts. Like,
They're not cool
these
enough.
So we're not gonna
are the
call-
Kindred bros in black.
So we're not gonna call him like Mr. K or anything like that?
Nah, I mean, you could ask their
Oh.
names. It's possible you've seen some of them before in the Elysium. You could make up a name for them if you really wanted to. Just fucking make them up.
Nah,
Timothy,
I don't
you'd
care.
know them. These guys are sort of basically just a bunch of the cleaners. They're the kinds of guys who go over and pick up bodies and shit.
Can there be a bald white guy named Mr. Clean?
Alright, Mr. Clean, the bald white guy exists.
That's what
Uh,
actually happened to Mr. Clean after the advertising run. He became a cleaner for the vampires.
Yep. Alright, I'm
I
adding
like
him in.
I like Tim's reaction.
There you go. He's added to your known contacts. You've got Brides of Dracula, Detective What's His Name, Frank the Ghost, Etienne, and Mr. Clean.
And Scott.
Everybody actually just calls him Mr. Clean because vampires are so behind.
But yeah, his name is probably Mr. His name is Scott. He's Mr. Scott Clean.
They're just everybody likes to call him Mr. Clean because they're just now getting that joke, and it's just like you guys are so fucking behind.
And then I'm also going to add in brackets in a terrible divorce.
Oh my god.
Scott McLean will look at Timothy and he'll just sort of grunt and look relatively frustrated. And he's like, yeah, no, the fucking bitch is taking me for everything I'm worth, but, you know, what can you do?
She took the entire planet in the divorce.
She took my
Don't
fucking...
divorce Clean.
She was my sun, my moon, and my stars, and now this bitch is also taking my fucking mortgage.
But yes, Zaire will carry the unconscious guy over his shoulder. Of course, disarmed him of his stuff. And actually, can I roll? Can I make like a battle empathy? What would that roll be? I want to make sure I get all of his secret weapons if I have to roll for that.
Oh, in this case, it would be just a perception check. It's like looking through someone's obfuscate and shit like that. Like, you would use a stealth check to hide shit on your person. The other guys did, you check them over and you can see that the others, when you'd gotten up, have already done a pretty fucking excellent job of, cleaning this dude out and finding all the hidden devices. Like, even in his fucking boot, there was a device that's been claimed.
I was kind of hoping you'd get like 5 successes and you just say, you find a very suspicious smelling switchblade.
Oh, God. But yeah, alright. So yeah, I'm carrying him. He's zip-tied on the wrist anyways.
Yep, yeah, you just toss him over his shoulder. He's still very much out cold right now. They don't escort you downstairs to the main Elysium. They'd be like, it would spoil the taste of the food, so to speak. They take you out to a cleaning cupboard. And it's suspiciously devoid of any actual, cleaning supplies. In that context, at the very least, there is a table with a number of specific specialist tools. There are some manacles and some shackles. There's the typical, cattle prods and all sorts of shit like that. It doesn't look like a very pleasant room, but it will certainly get information out of most people. There's also
I was actually hoping he would be come conscious on the ride back so I could give him his last cigarette, because he's probably not coming back.
Oh, you can do so once he's all hooked up, because it's in the process of him getting, manacled into a chair.
Alright.
And I
Then
think
he sort of comes to.
some of the more, the better vampire interrogation tactics would just get someone with very, very high aspects to go in and just root through his mind.
Yeah, no, this
I know, but where's the fun in that?
to be honest, this is a kind and it's a hunter, and the state of the room is such as to spread fear. Like, if someone is in an amenable, I think there might actually be a modifier written in, if someone is in an amenable mental state, then Auspex to them is easier. AKA, if you can scare the shit out of them and hurt them up a bunch, then an Auspex gonna fucking do the job.
So yeah.
They say that they will bring over a professional relatively soon. If you want to get him all readied up for the Auspex, then now is absolutely the time to do so, and then the cleaners will leave you to it.
Because the thing is, I also wanted Zaire to kind of be a chaser. I don't have him in dry, but I do have him with running skills and zip ties and everything. So I wanted him to actually carry around a pack of cigarettes, not because he smoked himself, because he always wanted to give a smoke for wherever he caught, because he knew that
Every now and again, yeah. I'm now actually thinking of Dog the Bounty Hunter. You want to smoke, bro? You gonna bear mace a hunter?
One thing that, if you want to keep scaring the shit out of him is Tim's scary ass I control the shadows power.
I mean,
do you recommend that? Because now you've literally been left with this person. He's
right.
Coming to on his. I guess I'll set you all up here.
As soon as he starts coming to, Zaire will hand him a smoke, put it in his mouth.
Yep.
So Zaire immediately becomes good cop.
Zaire is always good cop, if only by virtue that everybody else is bad cop.
Yep, okay, so after being manacled into the chair, Timothy will go about the process of cutting away all of his clothes and toss them into a pile. There is a bin that's got a plastic bag. It's obviously set for burnables and stuff, so you can straight up just dump all of that shit in there. On the table you can put his dismantled phone and all of its pieces. Hooray. The man will look. He'll look baffled when a cigarette is put into his mouth because he's still like in that groggy state of, am I imagining things? Is any of this really actually happening? And then he realizes that a cigarette has been put into his mouth because he's currently being pinned down into a chair for, current unspeakable, unmentionable acts.
Yeah, Zaire, who is sitting next to him, will go ahead and light the cigarette for him. It's just like, I didn't ask if you smoke, because even if you don't, you will need to.
He will look down, like his eyes cross as he's like looking down at this cigarette, because he knows that if he spits it out, it's probably a terrible idea, and also he can't take it out with his fingers to inspect it and see if it's poison or some shit. He looks at you again, and yeah, he'll take a draw, exhale through his nose, nod slowly at you before turning his attention to the rest of them.
Zaire will not do his sad nod back at him and then get up.
Yeah, he doesn't speak up, he waits for you.
Zaire will kind of just look at him for a second and give a sad head shake, because he doesn't really like this kind of thing. And he'll kind of just go over and walk to stand by the wall.
Fair enough.
Hey, Claire's job is professional mind rape, not not knowing how to torture people or being intimidating.
Well, I mean,
it's
Timothy,
root around in their brain.
If you have the abilities to already go looking before they bring a professional auspex, now would absolutely be the time to do that.
Yeah, you cut out for me already. What?
If you already have the ability to inspect minds, now would be a good time to do it before they bring a professional auspex.
Yes. I have 2 points in that. The second one is uncanny perception, and I can ask what this person's psychological vulnerabilities is.
The worst part is I'm the one who has medicine, so I'm probably gonna have to be the one to do torture.
That's if you need to torture him at all.
Yeah, but if I look for his psychological vulnerabilities and then and then take advantage of that, hopefully it works. So
right, give it a go. I guess it would be
it's intelligence, empathy, auspex for uncanny perception.
Excellent. Go right ahead.
I'm still pissed I put that point in drive because I just thought you needed a point to be able to drive a car because I'm dumb.
Well, look, in the event that there is actually some kind of event where someone's like, fucking take the wheel, and it's probably gonna, let's face it, if someone says take the wheel, it's gonna be Zaire shouting take
Holy
the wheel.
Shit.
Oh my
Yeah, you just literally shunt Zaire out the way. Oh shit.
I was going to say, you could just push him out of the way, because there's no doubt that Zaire will shout, take the wheel, so that he can lean out of a window to shoot at people, and you want someone with a drive skill at the wheel in that kind of situation. But, more importantly...
Rose is way better at me than that.
Rose is...
Yeah, does she have 2 or 3 points in drive?
Rose has 2 points in drive, that's correct. But also, she usually drives a crotch rocket.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway, in the process of this guy being, unmanned and everything, he is having his clothes cut away, and he's come to, and he's had a cigarette put in his mouth, and for some reason the fucking Zaire looks uncomfortable and goes lean to a wall. You can already tell that this man is petrified. He is so afraid of the thought of violence and suffering. You were pretty sure that if you gave him the option to just fucking spill everything, and you even pointed towards some kind of weaponized threat, this man would break. This man would fucking break. He is fresh meat.
Alright, just looking at my other abilities to make sure I couldn't compound upon that. Is there any ability I can... Yeah. Is there any ability I can pull aside Timothy and tell him what I've discovered? Very quietly?
As for the walls themselves aren't covered. There is a table with tools on it, and there is a opened briefcase full of syringes on that same table of tools.
Jesus.
Yes.
And yeah, you can take Timothy to a corner of the room and give him the quiet back and forth.
Yes.
No problem.
I will tell Timothy what I've discovered about him, and I will say that, he's incredibly close to snapping. He's not real, tough or anything like that. You look scary enough, and if you look like the scary person, and because we already have Zaire as the good cop, he'll likely break it. So, try to look threatening, and then we'll try to have Zaire ask questions.
Excellent. Okay then. I think. Did you say this in earshot of Zaire so he could hear by the door? Because he's probably stood as far back as you can get.
I would have motioned. I would have motioned to both of them.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Zaire will come over then.
Yeah. I would probably say that they both come to you because where you're stood at like the corner of the wall up near the door is probably where it is least likely to be heard. So
Yeah, I will have motioned to both of them and told them that he's shaking in his boots. He'll likely reveal everything if he has a threat of violence and then someone who's willing to listen.
All right. That is actually incredibly good for Zaire because guess what skill checks you would probably be making to play good cop?
Empathy.
Correct.
Yeah. So Zaire will ask, "What questions do you need to have asked?"
We need to know who these hunters are, how they know about us, and how they managed to, find our secret courier way. They found they found my book, and they managed to kill one of our own kind.
All right. I'm just trying to make sure I don't screw, because I'm prone to doing so.
It's cool. If it's a slip up that your character would have known it, I will point it out. I won't hold that against you just because in the moment of RP you lost it, because I know you struggle with like names and shit.
Yeah.
I won't punish you for that.
I struggle so hard with names.
I won't punish you for that. That's just silly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Zaire will bring
Sorry.
Zaire will take a chair, bring it over.
Are you gonna put the back of it towards him and like straddle the chair like the good cop thing?
I actually was. Damn it. I'm being called out so hard.
I fucking saw it coming.
Well, I like the idea that Zaire can only do this with things that he's observed in movies and shit because of his rate of exposure.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, Zaire's gonna take the chair. He's gonna bring it back, and he's gonna straddle on top of it.
Yep.
The first thing he's going to say is, "Did you enjoy your smoke?" And he'll hold it so that he actually can talk a bit before he falls out of his mouth.
Yeah, because thanks. Listen, I can't tell you guys anything. I'm not gonna talk.
You're not going to talk?
And then he hears Timothy Lee whirring up the fucking dentist drill, which doesn't just go buzz buzz. It goes, but it's a familiar whistling, spinning, drilling noise, and his like pupils fucking dilate. He looks like a deer in the headlights.
Well, all right, my friend. If you are not going to talk, I shall do the talking for a little. And he'll put the cigarette back in his mouth, and he will say, "My name is Zaire Altine, and I am the enforcer for the Elysium. Do you know what that entails?" Just shake your head, yes or no.
Let's see here. Actually, does he know? I think it's total dice. Yes. Yeah. He knows enough to definitely be scared again, and he'll nod very, very slowly.
That's right. I do the hurting on the battlefield, but I also do the hurting in this room. I would not like to hurt you, and unfortunately, I'm the only one in that situation. As you can see, the others are quite... Zaire will pause so that Lee can do something dramatic.
Bad cop, horrifying cop. I can only imagine it's like squirt the syringe, tap the, flick the tip.
Claire will try to look as scary as possible, but that's kind of hard.
You're too adorable to look scary. That is like literally like watching your geography teacher try and be scary.
That's what That's what I was going for with the character. She's just trying to be. She's a fucking professor. What's she gonna do? And I couldn't find anything where she could, the only thing she could do would be like make sure her fangs were pronounced or something like that. But other than that, it's not like vampires' eyes glow red in this thing.
No, okay. Yeah, alright, he'll watch Timothy Lee's little display, and then he fucking shivers and shudders. And now, empathy check, go for it. Zaire. I
alright.
believe empathy, and it would be manipulation in this case, but your empathy is still pretty banging.
Empathy and manipulate. Do I get any bonuses for roleplay?
Yes, absolutely you do. It's 2 dice.
Let me make sure it actually chose the right thing. It almost didn't. Empathy, outwits, manipulation.
Yep. That's right.
So, oh my fucking god.
2 modifier. Oh my god! Also, I would like to point out that the dice are 10 and a 1, and then another one is a 10 and a 1. So, like, on the 2 occasions where you rolled 10 and it gave you a free dice right afterwards, because whenever you roll a 10, it said technically the system is rolling another dice.
Oh, was I rolling?
No, that's correct, because the system is 10 again. That's why the thing like 9 again and 8 again exist. Dice naturally are 10 again. So when you roll a 10, you roll an extra d10 for free. And it's done that in system. And 2 of the times where you rolled a d10 and got a 10, like a dice for free, they were 1s. That's so ridiculous. So yes, you scored a fucking whopping 6 successes. He like crosses his legs and tries incredibly hard not to wet himself. Okay, I'll tell you everything, and like the cigarette's gonna like fall out of his mouth when he speaks up.
He'll catch the cigarette, and Zaire will give a little smile.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. No. I can't do this. I can't do this. Okay. It's Listen. Okay. It was like it started.
Calm down.
He tries, but he does not calm down. It started as this church thing, okay? Like, that we were all just, gathering up. It was just a little church thing. We just hang out and we talk about the Lord, all the good things. Just all the great things, frankly. But then, some people started coming to us, and they knew that things weren't quite right. They started to tell us about you guys, the Kindred, that you existed, that you were evil, that you were the death. And that you were going to slowly infiltrate and take us all over, and then that would be the end of us. And the longer that you guys lived, the closer we were going to come to the fucking end of times. So, I mean, there was this guy, and he said that he can stop that, and all we had to do was to deal with the vampires. We would have to kill some of the vampires. And the more that we killed, then the more of them would come, but they would never come in big enough numbers because you guys you all like hate each other and stuff and don't really trust each other a lot. So as long as we kept taking you out in these little groups, we could just take more and more of you, and then we just get all of our guys together, all of our buddies and the mages and the monsters and all that stuff, and just fucking kill all of you. And that was the plan. That was the big amazing plan, and it's only just started. And I don't want anything to do with it anymore, and I just don't want to die.
Holy shit. Okay, so first thing, does Zaire know if typically hunters know as much about vampire societies as he just revealed?
I'm gonna make you do a check.
Alright.
Pretty sure Vampire Society, while, they played games with each other, it wasn't so easily brought down. Once an outside force strikes, they all come together to deal with it.
That's correct. Yeah, if they became a huge enough threat, like the threat that they're talking about, you would probably it would be a night war, which is a horrifying fucking situation. And then that also does things like attract, I don't know, certain vampires.
Yeah.
Like then it's like the moment that the vampires have to mobilize as a group. Other more terrifying monsters turn up.
What would the role be?
I'm just looking now. It would be something along the lines of what a society's role is. So let's see here. None of those. None of those. And I guess it's just going to be intelligence and... Wow, you really have no other fucking things related to this.
Yeah.
Intelligence and investigation. No, intelligence, politics.
Politics. Alright.
I crashed, sorry, I'm back.
Yeah. Anyone else can also make intelligence politics checks.
Politics. You're funny. Alright.
Well, either way.
Okay. We'll just see if Claire pulls anything out of the hat. No, okay. I'm very proud of my incredibly croaky voice. That was one of the few times that having a terrible voice right now actually worked out in the favour of me for trying to make a croaky voiced, cracking individual. Okay, the others aren't entirely sure, but Timothy, you know that he was hinting at stuff and he was saying it as though it were common knowledge to him, which is a concern if this is some kind of fresh meat little scrub that breaks in the very first question, especially since when Zaire announced that he was one of the Elysium's enforcers, he knew what that meant, and that's generally bad news. Also, since he knows you're probably going to have to exterminate him after this. But otherwise, yeah, the amount of knowledge he has isn't common for hunters. Even hunters who are ganged, like a gilded hunter, aka a hunter that runs with, like, one of the big groups of them. They don't, like, their lowest numbers don't know this shit. It's incredibly dangerous for the higher numbers to acquire that information, let alone utilize it. And these guys all apparently know that, like, Kindred, there's a lot of infighting and you're very scrappy folks and you operate out of Elysium. That's bad. What you've heard now is all bad news.
Okay, well, Zaire's still talking to him, so he'll be like, calm down, my friend. Honesty is the path which will put you farthest from harm. Now, I'm going to ask some questions. You're going to answer them. First question. What is your organization's name?
We were supposed to be the Avengers of Midnight. I know, not very original. I had some Latin-y sounding name, but I fucking forget it.
I mean, Avengers of Midnight, it sounds perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds cheesy as fuck, but I mean...
Yeah. Like, the reality is, as well, you're in a setting where if it sounds cheesy as fuck to us, as, you know, normal human beings, it sounds cheesy as fuck in this real world. It's modern era, and everyone's genre savvy.
But we're talking about people who dress up in, like, black leather and go vampire hunting.
We're talking about, like, 90s era comics at this point.
No, we're talking modern.
Oh, God.
Everybody who's involved.
No, I'm saying that name.
Oh, okay.
Because 90s era's comics is when so many bad things happened in the 90s. So many things that should not have come to pass did.
It was acceptable in the 80s. Wait, no.
Well, no, I just don't know the Latin for Avengers of Midnight, or I'd have said it. You don't need it. I mean, if your character is a vampire, you almost certainly are fluent in Latin.
Well,
I forget how old.
I mean, you
well, no, okay, Zaire wouldn't, but I mean, Timothy is relatively.
Claire certainly is.
I mean, yeah, definitely Claire. Like you guys know.
So Zaire, only Zaire.
It's just that GM Dan and Zaire and also the rest of us in real life don't fucking know what the Latin is.
You could just say Avengers of Midnight, and like we'll assume that automatically that it's in Latin.
It really does sound like like a band from the.
It sounds awesome as fuck.
80s.
It's the Alturus Nocta.
It sounds. It
go.
sounds like a.
That's the fucking Latin. Alturus Noct. Like, that's a fucking sweet ass name. Latin is magic.
That is.
All right. So he tells me the name.
Yeah, he tells you the Alturus Noct, the Avengers of Midnight.
Zaire will nod sagely, pretending like he knows what that means.
Well, he says the Avengers of Midnight first, and it says Alturus Noct. So now you know some Latin.
Oh.
Hooray!
Okay.
It sounds like a song that like Saxon would do.
Absolutely.
You sound like you were only recently established.
Oh, 5 to 6 years as a Kindred. So yeah, I mean, you could, yeah, if you want to, but he does say the name Alturus Noct.
You sound like You sound like you've only been recently established. How long have you been operating?
Like, I don't know, like, we've only really been a mobilizing big group thing instead of like a church thing for like 2 months. 2 months. I think 2 months is good. Yeah, 2. Sounds about right. I don't know for sure. I was pretty recent. I myself am like 2 weeks, maybe.
You have a pretty impressive organization for only 2 months. You should be proud.
I don't feel proud right now.
Easy, my friend. Easy. There are still more questions.
Oh, good. Yay.
Alright. So, who are they? May I ask who your leader is?
Oh, that, I don't know that. He's
don't
like...
know?
No, I mean, there's like, we think maybe it's the pastor, but he's never really... He doesn't he's never proven it. It could be the pastor of the church.
What would drive a nice young boy like you to hunt terrifying creatures like us?
Damn it, you're stealing my lines!
Because you
Well,
guys are,
okay.
because you're vampires. You're
Hey,
like
Nancy.
you're like the devils of the night. Yes, it's ungodly.
Zaire's gonna kind of give like a little shrug.
This guy is full. This guy is full church going white boy.
Yeah, he's full of church going. So, why don't you explain to me how you came upon finding us?
I don't. If I knew, I'd tell you. It's. I mean, we just have people who know stuff about you guys, so they talked about it and they talked to everyone, and so they told us what we needed to know.
I meant more specifically on this night. How you tracked me and my friends.
Oh, I mean, we didn't know that you were coming at first, but then, you know, we have, like, the neighborhood watch, and then they were like, hey, there's some weird guys in this fucking van and stuff, and they come in, and then you were coming around a place where some others of our group had already gone into the building, and then you turned up there, so we were told, you know, go out and deal with them, and they gave me the crossbow, so I shot. Well, no, sorry, he wasn't the crossbow one, so they gave us some crossbows, and they gave us some gears, and they pushed us into the building and said, you know, be ready. But I wasn't ready enough, and I don't know actually how I got here.
Can I make like an empathy military for like the fight we were in with those two guys and see, like, because they're saying basically you gave the neighborhood watch like vampire hunting gear and they just
No. He's saying the neighborhood watch told them, like, you know, these weird guys are coming around. That's like that's shit that the neighborhood watch would actually do in real life.
From what it sounds like, they just got some church going white boy, shoved a fucking crossbow in his hands and said, "Go hunt the terrors of the night because God loves you."
That's almost exactly what he's describing. Yes.
Yeah.
And also,
yeah, okay.
I mean, you've been around crazy fucking white boys. My good buddy Stray. They'd probably fucking do it as well.
Oh,
Training.
I very much know this. In fact, I used to be one.
Yep.
I believe in a lot of crazy, weird shit. It took a long time to deprogram.
Yep. So yeah, no, these are people who have not been deprogrammed by any stretch of the imagination. They were told to do the thing, and like God's faithful little soldiers, they were planned to go out and do it.
And
like
your
the
training?
fucking children's crusade.
Yep.
Zaire will ask, and your training. What kind of preparations did you have?
Well, I mean, there's some of us who really know what they're doing, and I don't know. For the rest of us, there's like self-defense training and shooting ranges and stuff, but that's about the best.
Did you really think that self-defense training and shooting range practice would be enough to take down a vampire?
I'd hope so. And which church? It's St. Mary's. Because every fucking city has like 3 different St. Mary's churches.
Zaire's gonna kind of kill a laugh in his arm, but continue on.
Yeah, 1 second, and I will draw the location for the St. Mary's Church. Let's see here.
Also, to point this out, because this is something that Claire would have asked, but I don't want to steal your thunder. Pretty sure they were also taught things like holy oil, and us not being able to cross holy ground is a thing.
No, because because they were taught by someone who actually fucking knew the Kindred. Like, they were like these guys have like they were. If you bring that up, he'd be like, you know, I mean, sure, everyone fucking believes that vampire stuff, but we were told the actual facts that maybe some of that stuff works against the really, really old ones, but probably not against you guys. Maybe, unless, I don't know, are you the strong old ones? Maybe. And he just looks like he's about to have another panic attack again.
I'm just trying to, right now, I'm actually trying to think of any questions that I missed, if anybody has one.
I think what we grabbed here is we just grabbed a low-level foot soldier that doesn't know anything about.
Yeah,
like,
Well, when I knocked him out, he was looking around a room.
Okay,
I would have thought he would have been told to find something in that room, but otherwise he was showing a remarkable amount of initiative. What type of person he seems to be.
If you give me an int check,
question.
I'll let you put. Wait, do you ask him if he was looking for anything?
Well, I'll ask him now. Give me
and another good one. You know, if since we have Zaire as our investigator, why did they just leave one of their own to die?
All right, well, I'll ask both of those. Okay, don't worry, my friend. Only a few more questions left. You're doing good. Now, may I ask you what you were searching for?
Searching for? I mean, you know that other girl, right? The dead one. I mean, you probably saw the dead girl, right?
Of course.
Oh well, some of our boys they kind of found like a werewolf, and so we all went in to like go deal with it, but it was really really strong. And she got like way slashed up, like she was bound to be dead, but she said that she'd still had like some stuff around, so that we should abandon her. Which maybe it was just a lie to get us to like not abandon her. I looked around anyway because they asked me to look around, and I didn't find anything.
By stuff, you mean?
And
And he kind of waves his hand.
she said she had like when she said stuff, she didn't really say much of anything. I mean, she was like about to die when she said it, and she's probably dead now.
So you were just looking for
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, it was her room, so you got to make sure that she didn't leave behind evidence and things.
Would it be composure, empathy to check if he was lying?
Yes, although you've succeeded hard enough that I think you already are still you're running on the composure empathy for this scene, quote unquote. Like there's not been a break in this scene, so you're still
Okay,
running
so
on that. Like I'm not gonna make you guys like re-roll shit like that, like re-perceiving over and over again. Like you are
Okay, so-
killing this scene absolutely right now.
All right, so I'm going to assume he's telling the truth.
Yes. You're welcome to make more rolls, but I feel like it would really suck if then you got a terrible
Yeah.
result and then just undid all your hard work. No. For a scene, I will generally try not to make you re-roll the same skill checks.
All right, thank you. And so you left her to die because she told you to basically leave her.
No, she told us not to leave her because she didn't want to die. And she said that she knew where some stuff that she hid was, which was probably a lie. I mean, they left her anyway, which I feel kind of bad about. But I mean, she got hit by the monster, so if she lived, she'd probably turn into one or something. So we just let her die. We didn't want to become a monster. I mean, none of us wants to be a monster. We'd lose our souls.
No honor among hunters, eh?
Hey, if you get bitten, or if you get like I guess werewolfed or something, then you know what, like, they've just lost their immortal soul, and it's a risk we were willing to take. I mean, you guys aren't gonna bite me, are you?
Claire will scoff at that. Remember, Order of Dracul, immortal
Yeah.
soul, god.
Yeah.
Do you know what I see when I look at you, my friend?
Dinner?
No. I see a boy who is far too deep over in his head. I see a boy who has been told many things that he should not know. A boy who is being used as a puppet for somebody else's games. What do you see in this situation?
And many things that are false. Our kind have existed since the dawn of man. Do you truly think that you can assault such an ancient institution, that we are so callow and shallow as to break because of a few half-lived creatures?
Hey, look, a couple of people brought down Jesus Christ. He died for our sins. If a couple of people can do that, then sure, a couple of people can bring down a bunch of devils.
A couple people brought down your false god when he willingly gave himself over.
Maybe you should all do the same.
You know that's not going to happen.
Yeah, he's starting to go full white boy on you. It's apparently his
God,
his fear reflex.
I've actually had arguments with people like this. You cannot win.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I'm literally like, you should be aware now that I've given you all the information this guy has. It's like, how do I get him to piece out of this? And it's for him to go full white boy. Yep. Well done on picking up that cue immediately. Yeah, he has no more useful information for you, and he will defend his incredibly weak points by continuing to jump back to pretend portions of the Bible that don't exist.
I know that because I used to be like that. It's
Yeah.
awful. Ugh.
Well, Zaire will nod and go, I thank you, my friend. You have given us some valuable information.
All right.
He's to get up off his chair and put the cigarette back in his mouth.
He will draw on it heavily, and then he will spit it out to the side and start muttering prayers to himself.
Ugh.
Save his soul, blah blah blah.
Zaire will look at him one last time and go, before I leave, could you tell me one last thing?
He doesn't look like he's going to answer you, but you can ask.
I want to know what your favorite drink is.
He doesn't answer. He's babbling
sure you don't
prayers to
want-
himself.
Are you sure you do not want one last drink?
He does not answer.
Very well then.
It's at this point that there is a knocking on the other side of the door, and you hear like a raspy voice. And it would be an Auspex user is knocking up on the door and like peeking around the corner, asking if there's going to be available.
Right on time, it seems. That's the end of the nice work. It's time for the dirty work.
Yeah, his eyes widen as this member of the cleaners walks on in. Well, I say member of the cleaners, this one is just an Auspex specialist. It could be a member of the cleaners. Not one you've ever interacted with before, I would imagine. But there are also some cleaners waiting outside of the door, and one of them has a gun with a silencer, and he is adjusting it and checking it. See, you can pretty much tell what's going to happen to this little to this crazy little white boy.
Yep. Does Zaire actually need to be around for this?
No. At this point, they're like, we've got this well in hand. If they reveal any information that you haven't already acquired, we'll be releasing a report of it quite soon.
Alright, well,
Claire
Zaire's
will-
pretty much gonna leave.
Claire will look him in the eye and say, "I want a bottle when you're done."
He'll chuckle and go, very well, I suppose. I mean, one of the cleaners chuckle. In fact, it's old fucking Scott McLean.
Scott McLean.
Fucking Scott McLean. Alright, sure, I'll fill up a bottle for you.
Hey, we deserve some recompense. We got this guy. We deserve something.
Of course. I mean, if you guys are hungry and you've missed out on dinner, I mean, you can probably just ask bartender, see if she's got any
I didn't
blokes
actually say that in
wandering.
character. I was just saying that to everyone else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just come on, guys. You know you want some.
Yeah, everyone wants a fucking slice of white boy.
He's part of the white meat.
The innocent naivety makes it delicious.
Oh yeah, no, it's their naive and endless faith that makes the blood taste sweet. And yes, good job not using obtenebration to mindfuck him, because the Auspex kind of need him for a final brain ravaging.
Are they pretty? Is he pretty much guaranteed dead?
Oh, he's 100% dead. 100%
No, I mean,
dead.
are they gonna kill them?
Yes.
Because if they are, Zaire will kind of pat him on the shoulder and say, "Try not to play with him too much. He was cooperative."
He'll look frustrated, but he'll go, alright, fine.
Thank you, my friend. And Zaire exits.
Yeah, he'll...
See, this is actually like bringing up some old, like, not just self-loathing, but just how I loathe people like this. So I really want them to get dead.
Yeah, don't worry, he's getting dealt with. Like, also, I mean, he's like heard Zaire's fucking name and surname. He introduced himself like that. There's no, like,
Yeah,
I
I
was
was just like,
I was like, that's
you
a terrible
showed him
decision,
your-
but he's dead
we
already.
all showed him our faces first. Second of all, you told him your fucking full name. Yeah,
And also his role in the Elysium. But yes, no,
Yeah,
he knew
it's
enough.
just-
He was definitely gonna fucking die. He was so dead. Like, there's no, like, he was not going to survive this day.
Yeah.
the minute Zaire opened his mouth, I just flashed back to like the blood prisoners and that Skyrim expansion. Just hanging out in the bottom of the dungeon. You can just feed on them whenever you want if you're a vampire
right,
lord.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
All
right, anyway.
Werewolves for the win. Okay, excellent. Yeah, you'll be free to leave. At some point, I will talk with Lily and we'll do some Etienne time, so that's fine. That will all be sorted. You suspect that she's gone to go and get that all handled. You now technically have free run of the place. You've been given a location, and as of all of this interrogation and return to the Elysium, it is about 3 in the morning in your game time, so you have like a couple of hours. It's a bit of a stretch for you to do anything in depth in the danger zone, especially since it's in the danger zone and you were just there.
Well, I'm actually going to go talk to the bartender.
And Claire is going to try to find her sire.
Alrighty, let's boop you over to the Elysiums thing. And also, I mean, Rose ain't here right now. I'll just move her token over there. This chick over there out of the way because she's not around right now. Alright, bartender is in her usual spot. She's behind the bar, drinking from a glass of blood. And Claire's sire, Antoinette Frost, is here. I was going to say, since the other aspect of this story is information, and also just the rest of your party isn't available right now would be an excellent time for you guys to try and kill some of your other aspirations.
Yes, I plan on doing that.
Yeah, Zaire wants to. Is gonna come up to the bartender and go, "May I speak to you privately for a moment?"
She'll frown and go, "Oh, I suppose so. Very well, let us do so." And she will step off to the side with you.
All right, Zaire will follow and go. Well, we did just interrogate the hunter. We found some rather disturbing things out. Oh wait, shit! I don't know this. I
What do you
forgot
mean
that
you don't
I
know
don't
this?
know that he shouldn't have known that.
Yeah, that's correct. You don't have that much wherewithal, and even Timothy's response was to be like, but he doesn't. He literally didn't.
Yeah,
give away
okay.
information.
Can't draw back because I don't have anything to say.
Would
If I
you
didn't
rather
know.
this were a conversation Timothy had with a bartender then?
If Timothy's the one who knows, then
Timothy is the one who knows that they know an alarming amount of shit.
okay, then yeah, Timothy. Wait, Timothy was. Oh no,
Yeah.
that's clear.
If you would like, I'll give Mers time to talk a bunch or put in a bunch of questions in the guise of Timothy and typing, and meanwhile do Claire and Antoinette's talk so that we can, save time. We don't have to sit through dead air, and also gives Mers time to actually type without rushing. So Claire, Timothy and the bartender go off to the side to go talk business, and Zaire is presumably somewhere at Timothy's shoulder. Yeah, you're no longer going to be in front of the victim. Like, he's now locked in a supply cupboard with an Auspex professional, and there are a bunch of cleaners waiting outside with a silenced pistol ready to execute him. So that's not a concern for you. You're going to be free to talk to the bartender for a little while. Claire, you see Antoinette? Bonjour, Claire. How can I help you? I see that you've been busy this evening.
Stray is AFK, Scout.
All right, he's gone let out the dogs. Yeah, you don't want to say that they know a scary amount of shit in front of the guy that you're interrogating. That's fine. No, yeah. You do share that information with the rest of the party. So Zaire, you do know that guy knew a scary amount of shit, as does Claire whenever she's back. So yeah, if you want to be the one to actually bring it up, you're welcome to do so. Welcome back.
Is DCL already done?
I had to cancel because I realized that I do not know shit about him not supposed to be knowing shit.
Although apparently, according to Mers, Timothy would have passed this information. So Zaire does know that guy knows a terrifying amount of shit. So
yeah.
You may have you may indeed have the reins in that conversation to save poor Mers's throat and/or fingers, and both.
Wait, what? Me?
Zaire.
Okay.
Rewind, resume. You've been given this information. You know that he knows a scary amount of shit.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. Had to let my bros dogs back in.
No worries.
All right, then continuing conversation with the bard in private. We just got done interrogating the hunter, and there's a disturbing amount. There's something disturbing. There's something rather disturbing we've learned.
Do go on.
Well, the main thing is, for the fact that he was a low-level grunt who broke before we even had a chance to torture him, he knew too much about our society.
In what fashion did he know too much? Did he know names, identities, organization structure, that kind of thing?
He knew organization structure, the fact that the vampires are prone to infighting. He knew some of our roles.
I also add that he knew some of your weaknesses. He knew things like that, typically all the fucking movie bullshit doesn't work. He did name one of your actual weaknesses and shit like that, and that's why they had incendiary crossbows.
I thought that was something that hunters would generally know.
And, well, no, not always.
Not
if you
really,
played
no.
Hunter
Okay.
Hunter.
Because why would you be a vampire hunter if you're not sure what you're doing?
Well, no, because they want to be vampire hunters, but they go in with like fucking movie knowledge, like the cross and
the only vampire hunting organization to actually know shit is called the Project Valkyrie.
Okay, so I didn't know.
Yeah.
They knew. All right, then I'll mention that too. They knew our weaknesses too, not just the movie things, but actual weaknesses.
Also, they knew what the Elysium was.
And they knew what the Elysium was. Thank you, little voice in my head.
She will pause and click her tongue. She'll take a sip from her glass and sort of appear to give that a bunch of thought, mulling over it for a time. Well, now, it seems that our already I would have said, generous estimation of their threat level has expanded yet again.
We have a location, and we do have plans to go to that location.
Is that so? Do tell.
Well, honestly, there's not much to tell other than I thought it would be required for me to go over and see what's exactly going on. It seems that a bunch of rookies are being given professional knowledge in weaponry.
That is a concern. And wait, other anti-vampiric beasts joining in the assault? Nonsense. No one would fight us here if they had all of the information.
Not
Do
all
you
of
know of these other beings, these beasts? Who have they involved? It just started raining outside and it's lovely. Oh, it's such a cool breeze. Oh.
I hate you so much right now. It's 108 degrees and 40% humidity. I hate you.
I mean, it's 100% humidity here.
No, it's 108 degrees right now at 6:30. It was like 111 earlier.
He was too low level to name names, but their plan was to gather us up and have the hunters and the beasts assault us as one. Yeah, right now it is 58 degrees, 95% humidity because it's raining, 35% precipitation, and 12-mile-per-hour wind. It is beautiful. The hunters and the beast assault us as one. That's impossible. That is impossible. There's no way that they could have formed this kind of threat. If this is what he was told, then I suppose... Of course, it could, for all we know, be bait. I wouldn't want to mobilize a large number of our people just to walk them into some kind of trap.
This is why I'm...
Yes, I am aware that you would like to go yourself. I would recommend that your group goes, and if you so require it, we can probably muster up one of our other specialists, I suppose, to assist you in this matter. That is if you are willing, of course. And she'll look at you as though you should obviously be willing, because she's the one asking you.
Of course.
Also, it's not generally in my character's best interest, but out of fairness, you do know that the hunters were specifically interested in a book my character is looking for.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you mention that you've been given the location of that? No, because Claire's having a conversation with that. Mind.
No.
Yeah, no, that one.
Claire doesn't. It's not in Claire or Order Direct Rules to reveal secrets, but it is something you guys know.
Yeah, you guys have heard that.
Zaire will sketch his little bow and say, "Of course, I plan to go, but I need to ask if you have any resources or any resources such as backups or weaponry that you lend them to us so that we might have a chance of succeeding."
She ponders and goes, "It is not usual that we would ever have to provide, I suppose, backup protection for members of our kind, but there are some limited number of artifacts that, in kind, protect from some measure of magic. And from the sounds of it, these foolish, undereducated hunters still have far too much information and far too dangerous weaponry to just send you out there alone. Give us a day, and I will have some people collect some goods that might be of use to you. They might at least keep you from being immolated on the spot."
Damn, I was actually kicking myself because I was the little crossbow scar if I still had it. I've been like, I just barely came close enough to dying today.
Yeah, you probably still have a mark because just like until you next drink, or if you want to spend Vitae to undo bludgeoning damage, I mean, the mark is still there. You don't bleed, but the damage is visible. It's not even a scar. It's still damage. It just doesn't do anything to you.
Yeah. Well, I will heal it with Vitae. Well, actually, I have a shit ton of Vitae. I forgot about me Batmaning. So yeah, I'll spend a point to heal that.
Yeah, you can just burn a point of Vitae and restore any missing wounds. Is there a thorned wreath in the city?
Is this the part where you ask me to explain what one of those is?
I know that your voice is spent, so I will look it up in the book if you give me a page number.
In the Covenant in the Invictus book, page 143, it's the most honourable order of the Thorned Wreath. It's the Invictus's professional military knightly order.
She pauses and goes, the Thorned Wreath is not in the city, but there are... Well, they never truly retire, of course, but there are a few members who would be willing to lend some manner of aid. It might very well be that you are the one who should go and see to them, if I give you their locations.
It's one of the things you can swear to, like Claire is sworn to Dying Light, which is a Order Dracul thing.
Yeah, that's the one that wants to walk in the sunshine, yeah?
It's though.
Oh, that's
it's
just
not
general.
No.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's a general Order
Dude.
Dracul. The Dying Light is the obsession to preserve all vampiric knowledge.
Alright, okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, she says that there isn't a group of Thorndreath, but there are a few individuals who aren't actively operating right now, but they would still have reasonably useful equipment. So if you went to go and see them, then they might very well have some things for you. In fact, it sounds probably like who she was going to ask to deliver stuff for the next day. You could certainly go and gather them yourself and go and speak to them.
Sounds like a plan. Zaire is fighting down the smile at the idea of getting new gear.
Yep, this would be also literally anti-magic gear, or at least one-shot protection from magic, because I'm pretty sure there's nothing that's like, you're immune to magic, and if there is, that's way too powerful for a bunch of scraps.
Alright, I was wrong. Dying Light is R&D. Sworn of the Axe is the Order Dracul's version of the
Top men.
Thorned Wreath. Oh, well, it's the Order Dracul's version of the Thorned Wreath. They must defend the sanctity of the Order secrets. They're the soldiers and assassins, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
And then there's the Sworn of Mysteries, who are the leaders, which would be what Antoinette is.
Being worked on by top men.
Top men.
Men.
Alright, excellent. I need to leave quickly because I'm full of drink now.
No, I need to leave so I can get another drink.
I said leak, but also leave for whatever, sure.
Oh, I thought you said...
Let's see here. We will take another brief break, and then we will do everyone's little, I guess, outside of the Elysium stuff, which I imagine is going...
Claire still hasn't done her
Oh yes,
thing
sorry,
with
yes,
Antoinette
we'll do the Antoinette talk, and then we'll do the outside of the Elysium stuff, which will be a chance for you guys to start digging into your other aspirations, so that should be pretty neat.
Sweet.
Yep.
Yes,
Alright.
be right back. Everyone, I'll put on Alice Cooper again, I guess, and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Alright.
Man, I'm hungry.
Why didn't you eat before the game?
I kinda did. A while ago. I need to go eat some more. I'll probably make a quick sandwich.
Now is your chance.
Yes, I will go now.
I return. Also, I just did the most terrible waste of any kind of drink ever. After pouring it and starting to walk back to my room, I sneezed and then spilled half of it down my front. Sneezing while holding a drink is the worst fate. But yeah, as long as I keep my throat lubricated and regularly drink, then I'm doing okay. It's just deep down in my lungs, so I keep like running out of breath in sentences and shit like that. All things
back, guys.
considered, I have a reasonable amount of my voice left over, so that's good news.
Well, here's hoping that you don't get as bad as me.
Yeah, I kind of need my voice for like a lot of shit, don't I?
Poor Mers.
Yes, God, I do feel bad.
Yeah, we're actually going to introduce my character in Call of Cthulhu this week, but goddamn, I just won't let her go. Why, Mers, why?
Yes, is it this
Never-
week?
and
Let's
everyone
say,
else
is it cocked this week or
No, this week,
This
you
week
guys are
is-
going to be doing.
this should? Yeah, I was gonna say this week should be UA because I'm pretty sure we introduce
this should be
Kina Senpai.
UA and with Kina, but
That should
yeah,
fucking
and then
laugh.
everyone in chat at this point is like, you should gargle salt water or this and that, and it's just like it's not gonna help.
It's not. It's like
So
I
you
can't
just have to
gargle it in
wait.
I can't gargle it in my fucking lungs. That's called drowning.
You just have to wait until it gets better. It sucks, but that's things that happens.
Yep. Like I never get a really bad sickness these days. I just get like the low down symptoms and then they just fucking hang around for an eternity.
To be fair, I haven't been sick in like 3 years, and before that, like 3 years. I get sick like every few years, but the thing is, I was sick quite literally every other week, and I was in the hospital for quite a bit of my beginning of my life, so I paid my dues.
Yeah, you're done being sick forever. Excellent. Alright, is everybody here and ready to play again?
DCL is making a sandwich.
But I am still here because my microwave is like really close.
Oh, excellent. Great. Okay then. Anyway, I believe it'll be time for some Claire and some Antoinette.
Oh, it's a choo-choo. Yeah, I'm playing with the dog.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Puppers.
Yeah, it's, I actually hate the breed, but this, particular dog is awesome. He's a Chihuahua, but he's actually not yappy or anything like that. It's actually a really chill dog.
I don't know.
But,
I don't care for Chihuahuas at all. They're like,
you
if you get a
understand.
lemon and hold 2 grapes up to the lemon, then you have the head shape of a Chihuahua incredibly figured out.
Well, this is Applehead Chihuahua. This is a different breed.
Okay.
But, yeah, he's actually, I fucking hate Chihuahuas, but he's a fucking great dog.
Alright, if you say so. Everyone's like, yeah, but my dog is different. Yeah, sure.
Oh,
great,
it's
whatever.
not my dog, it's my bro's dog.
Yeah, okay.
I had a Rottweiler.
Oh.
My
I
brother's-
still want a Siberian Shepsky or a Tibetan Mastiff.
What I want is
Tibetan
what my
Mastiff,
uncle
bears you can
had,
hug.
which was half wolf, half Siberian Husky. That dog was awesome.
That sounds fucking beautiful.
Oh yeah, she was. He called her Tawny because that was the color of her coat, and she was like damn near up to. I'm 5'9", but she was still damn near up to shoulder level with me. She was huge.
That sounds awesome as fuck. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I want
Anyways.
a Tibetan Mastiff. Because Tibetan Mastiffs are bears you can hug.
Yeah, I've seen those things. They're great.
Okay, anyway. Antoinette will look at you as you approach. Claire, is there something I can help you with?
Yes, mistress. I have found where our book has been taken, and what's more, it seems to be a repository for hunters for forbidden knowledge. If I retrieve the one book, I could potentially retrieve much more with the group I've been traveling with.
Really, there is some kind of hidden hunter suppository of stolen knowledge? I find this hard to
They-
believe, but really?
They hunt our kind and kind like ours, and then whatever they find, they put in this library to be secreted away somewhere.
Well, if you insist so, then it may very well be that I have a reward for such, I suppose, returned information. I imagine that the knowledge is its own reward for many and all of us,
For-
but
For people like us, yes, it's one of the reasons I wish to talk to you about. Incentive may be appreciated for other members of my group.
Of course, and I will include you in this same rewards, I suppose. There is no loss, of course. And as to another particular matter, has there been any more development?
I was just about to ask you that. Aurora hasn't answered since the day before I was supposed to go and retrieve this tome. You know how she gets. She falls into a book and then you can't reach her, but it's never gone on this long. And since you are the keeper of, much of the knowledge she seeks, maybe she'll answer a phone call or something from you. I hesitate to go over to her house. You know how she is, but at this point, I am very much tempted to bring myself and my new group of associates over. Uh, Things have gotten very strange around this book, what with hunters and ghosts.
Ghosts. Of course, yes, you are moving with one of. I believe, in fact, it would be Monsieur Lee. He is the specialty to speak with ghosts, no?
uh, Timothy Lee, is that what she's saying?
Yes, and he does, but it's
No
not
way.
Timothy that you've seen doing the ghost speaking.
Uh, no, mistress. While he can, I'm pretty sure everyone has that ability with vampires, right? Ability to
No,
activate
this
the
is
eye
a
vision.
this is a Timothy special in that he can also.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
just ghosts. He can pick up what is it like
All spirits.
haunts and spirits. Yes, all
Okay.
spirits are available as long as it's perfect darkness.
Non-corporeal creatures.
Yes.
As long as it is complete darkness, I can see them and interact with them.
Yes,
Whilst he does have this power, he is not specialized in it. That falls to the other member of our little group, Rose, who is and then she will say the name for her bloodline here because I can't fucking remember it.
You don't say. That is a very rare bloodline. Does she have a covenant?
I do not know. I have not asked.
Well, if she has any kind of interest, then it is always amazing what one can learn from the deceased.
Do you wish for me to extend the offer to join the Ordo?
It would be remiss of you not to.
There
That is,
will
of
not-
course, if she is not already a member of a covenant. If she already is. Yeah, Kaibi is rare too, but she also knows your claim to Timothy. Wait, you have a covenant, right?
Yeah, Timothy is
Timothy is.
what's its name?
Yes.
The guys
Invictus.
Invictus. There we go.
IG. Invictus Gaming.
Oh, let me put it this way: my dad still thinks the world is controlled by the Illuminati. I'm not even joking.
Yay. Yeah, no.
Yep.
Yeah, no. She knows that Kaibi is rare, but she also knows that Timothy's claimed.
Yeah. All right.
Yes, in this
So,
case, Rose
yeah.
is covenantless, and she has currently received an order from a mysterious figure. I have that person's details, but even I forgot their fucking covenant name a moment ago.
And
Yeah, she's received one offer, although Lily hasn't explored that offer itself. So yes, you're welcome to make that offer too.
Yeah, Claire hasn't asked, so she doesn't know. But Timothy would probably know if she was without a covenant.
Carthians? I don't think name doesn't ring a bell. I'm pretty sure Carthians didn't offer an invitation to Rose.
Anyways, so she did ask if Antoinette could try to call her because, Antoinette is the one that she went to for the, information because she's in charge of, yeah.
She looks reluctant to do so, but she pulls out a phone. It's a Nokia brick. She will switch on and she'll give it a shake and be like, "Oh, good, there is still battery. One moment then, please, Claire." And she will make the call and wait. And she'll wait. And she'll wait a little bit longer before it goes to an answer machine. She frowns and shuts the phone off and returns it. "Non, Claire, she has not responded. I recommend that you and your companions investigate this matter because it is becoming, you are correct, it is unusual for her to extend such long-standing silence, and it has never been impossible for me to contact her."
Do you want me to retrieve the book first?
It is whatever your, I suppose, the easiest route. It is an issue, of course, that this individual is missing. And it is also an issue that our repository of hidden knowledge is missing.
Yes, ma'am. I think the library is on the way, so barring unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to drop by, pick up that book, and whatever else the kind might have deluded themselves into believing was important. And other than that, continue on our way.
Alright, she'll nod slowly and go, very well then. Don't forget that you will probably need some manner of assistance, or at least your companions, because if this is a repository of hidden knowledge, then it is most likely guarded.
Of course, ma'am.
Very well then, Claire. If that is all, then I will leave you to it.
Claire will nod and turn away and start walking back towards the group.
Excellent. Yep, and it'll be at that time then that Zaire and Timothy are finishing up their talk with the bartender, who has now been informed that shit's getting relatively real. And now, I suppose, I should bump you over to our little old world map here, so that you can decide where you want to go next. Unless there's anything else that you would like to do in the Elysium.
I'm pretty good.
Ooh, you want to roll int plus investigation to set up an engaging but difficult puzzle for smart kind to want to follow it. Let's see here. A puzzle culminating in Tim's phone number set to vibrate. Alright then, first question. Where do you do this? Because of course there are any number of places where mysterious twisting alleyways could be placed. If you give me a ping on the map, I will also give you a judgment of how difficult it will be to set up a realistic and decent puzzle. But yes, you can do int investigation to actually, decide the puzzle's complexity. Take us with the good stuff. In fact, what I'll do is take a half of this so I can do some breathing while Merce types.
Alright. While they're doing that, I can Claire will turn to Tim and Zaire and start explaining what's all going on. So, you both know how I've been looking for a book, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
And how it has been intrinsically tied to this entire affair?
Yes,
Yes.
we saw it on the tape.
Well, this book is important to a very close friend of mine. This is generally useless to anyone but her. But I was supposed to pick it up, and it was supposed to be added to my sire's repository, and for the person I was telling you about to peruse. However, she's been missing since a day before I was supposed to pick up this book. Generally, she'll disappear for a couple days on end, but it never without any form of contact. She might fall into a tome or whatever, but it's not like her to be gone this long. She is very ancient, she's been around a long time, and I do not think that she cannot take care of herself, but in light of recent events, I want to check up on her. She lives in the upper class portion of the city, above where I also need to go to pick up that book and whatever else the kind hunters seem to have thought that was, important to our kind. And I would consider it a personal favor if you could come with me. It just, everything about this seems wrong.
Also, there was offered, although you weren't given any exact details.
A reward.
Yes, a reward.
And while I cannot ask for the going to the repository, we'll definitely have a reward. The checking in on her would be more of a personal favor.
Yes, I am willing to help you with that, Claire. But in the future, when one of your fellow kindred has gone missing and another has been immolated, perhaps inform us sooner.
I understand. It's simply that she is very old, can take care of herself, and going to her house and bothering her is not something that is, well, it's just been implied that we shouldn't do this. Or I shouldn't do this anyways. And bringing it along strangers, that's even worse. But the other choice is to do nothing, and that I simply cannot do.
What's Zaire's take on this one?
Assuming what we have heard earlier tonight is correct, our entire society is under threat, even the oldest of us.
I cannot offer much in recompense to help me look for her, but whatever knowledge I am allowed to share from my
I'm not
order.
asking you for recompense, Claire. I'm telling you that, knowing now what we know, you should have mentioned this sooner.
I simply did not think until this point that it would have come up, but she did not answer my sire's summons, and that is something that has never happened.
Hmm.
And that just happened tonight. A few minutes ago, in fact.
Then I suppose you can be forgiven for not mentioning it, but it is a concern. A grave one, to be frank.
And also to be Scott, and to be Claire, and to be Zaire. Who, although I believe, still microwaving up a sandwich. How does he
No,
feel
I'm
about?
here.
Oh, you're still there. How do you feel about this whole sitch? You've been asked if you will help go to a library to find awesome hidden knowledge.
Zaire's kind of just like scratching his chin, not fully paying attention, and then when he's asked, he's
And
like, "Oh, well, of course I'm coming to help."
The thing for the library also has recompense from Claire's sire. Goddamn.
Yep.
This is obviously a situation that is. You shouldn't even need to ask for my help. Of course I will come along.
We have only known each other for a few days. I did not know that you would be so willing.
On the battlefield, it is only a few days that you need to make a.
Aww.
Claire will smile and nod. It means much to me. And what's that investigation for? Oh yeah.
That's
the investigation
Timothy's
puzzle
setup. I believe it's for the like weeding out of some decent, reasonable sires.
I kind of thought that she was wanting to discombobulate some hunters.
Well, it's possibly that, but I don't think Timothy would put up a phone number
Smart.
afterwards. all that would guarantee is that Timothy gets the smartest hunters to find his phone number. Only the really good hunters can find.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Oh, I apologize. That was a grody one. Whew.
And at this point, is it like 3 o'clock in the morning, somewhere like that?
Yes, you still have a few hours available to you.
What do you think? The library could be guarded at this time, if it's even, if we're even allowed in. I'm not.
You
At
would,
least-
at this hour, you would definitely have to break into the library, and it might
Well, I
be
mean,
gone.
of course we'll have
Yes.
to break into
And
the
we
library.
don't have. Well, if we did it in the morning, we probably wouldn't have to. But if we did it tonight, I would much rather have Rose here with us.
You can't do it in the morning.
Well, not the morning, but the morning for the vampires.
Well, even then,
Vampire
it's
morning,
it's
like
it's,
6
it's, it's
o'clock.
at sunset, and it's a public library. They do actually have pretty close. It's almost guaranteed that you have to break into this library. It just depends on when you want to do it.
Well, to
You're
be fair, my
correct
library closes at 10, but whatever.
Oh, okay.
If it just
My
closes early,
mine closes early as fuck. And I suppose actually, if it closed at 10, yes, you could take a go at getting into the next
Well,
session.
because there's like college students and go and study there. At least in
You're
my
right.
Yeah,
experience.
if it's
It
like
has-
a college.
Yeah, it has been placed between literally two colleges. So yes, I'll say that it's probably going to be open until 10. That seems reasonable.
Claire will suggest discreetly meeting at the public library to recover whatever knowledge the kind seemed to have deemed important, and then moving on to Herrera's house.
I must admit in advance, if we are doing this, I will not come discreetly.
When does
I
I
will
Are
ever
you
come
going to walk
discreetly?
into the library with an assault rifle?
I couldn't hear. There was two people talking at once.
Sorry. Do you intend to enter the library armed with an assault rifle? You do realize this is like modern times, right? They
I
do
mean, of
have metal
course.
detectors.
Of course, it's modern times. That's why you come armed with an assault rifle.
I would
They
suggest you
have-
change your opinion, Zaya. If we can get in under a guise of college students,
You won't
admittedly
even
ones at
need
a
a
late
guise. I am a professor. I can get you in as colleagues.
But we are talking about a place that is heavily armed by, well, I suppose not heavily trained, but the point is that there will be bad people there.
at the very least, carry things that you can hide in your pockets. If there are metal detectors, are there metal detectors, Claire?
I don't know. Are there metal detectors in this library?
Roll me a chance die.
I mean, aren't libraries usually outfitted with things that are supposed to detect if somebody's walking away with a book?
Yeah, those are RFIDs. They don't usually check for
Yeah.
guns, actually, in an RFID.
Well,
but yes, give me a
they
chance die,
generally-
Claire.
Yeah, they generally don't, but there is one in SAC. That's why I was asking.
Yes, give me one, because you're also in quote-unquote... Okay,
Because
you're fine.
as you recall, we do enjoy our school shootings here, and that.
Yeah, I was going to say, like,
No.
usually, yes, there isn't a metal detector
Because I'm in
a
Texas and
library.
we don't have them, and we don't have a
Really?
metal detector.
Yeah, but that's because
Yeah,
you don't have
we-
education in Texas.
Aw.
People don't go to
Yeah.
fucking libraries in Texas, come on now.
Yeah, even though there hasn't been a public shooting in libraries, they did put one in SAC. So
Yeah, I mean, this is
Anyways.
quote-unquote pretend American city, and it's between two colleges, so yes, it was entirely possible. But don't worry, you didn't get a failure on the chance die, so there is no
I mean, like I
metal
mentioned,
detector.
a few days earlier in Texas, I got an email in the middle of class from like the college head, basically talking about how concealed permit was now legal to happen on campus.
Jesus.
yep. Anyways, Claire will shake her head. Just as long as you don't come armed like the Terminator, no one should suspect a thing. But try not to be too obvious. I do need to use this library occasionally for research.
So
Of
your
course.
coat with the deeper pockets, Zaya.
Of course, I will not come like the Terminator. I prefer assault rifles, anyways.
Okay.
Pistols, please, Zaya, please.
All right. I understand. You're asking for discretion. I will make sure that I do not stick out, but I will also make sure I come ready for a fight.
So you're going to be dressed as a cowboy instead, 10-gallon hat, fucking double revolvers. Yeehaw!
Fucking A. So,
If it was Texas, I could actually get away with that.
it is fairly late tonight. Is there anything you two wanted to do before we meet at the library tomorrow?
I still wish to speak with whoever the bartender knows to get myself equipped.
That would be a good idea. Say, Timothy, you know a couple of locations of some ex-Thorn members. Why don't you tell me where they're at? And then you guys can all drive there and have a little ask around. Because to me that sounds very much like leaning on the Invictus for assistance in this mission.
Yeah. So how lucky do I feel?
Punk. I don't know. Do you want a chance
An
diet?
ex-Thorn member, like, you would only really get to retire from the Order of the Thorn if you were really high up in it. I think.
Sort of.
Retirement.
In her
retirement is
words,
training, right?
Sort of. In her words, no one ever really completely retires, but you have a couple of members around. I'm not going to tell you what their situations are unless you want to make up a couple of them. But yeah, pick a location.
I just
I've
figured
thought of at
retirees would
least
be.
one Thorn member.
I just kind of figured retirees would be like elders who are just training the next generation because they're just, oh man, it's just
Well,
become
yeah,
too easy
but
now or something.
if you're a professional soldier for the Invictus, you don't make it to being an elder without also getting to a high rank.
Yeah.
And getting to a high rank means contacts and money. And that would mean a skyrise apartment, probably.
Excellent. All right then. Let's put a blob down here. I won't even bother with a plop unless you know what. It might come occasions where you see this place more than once. So let's give him a little blink on this thing. See a freehand. Blah blah blah. Red. There we go.
Plus, we've already established the Invictus owns the patrols in that area, so
Correct.
it's entirely possible the contact we're going to, our former Thorn member, is actually just one of like the board of the PMC that patrols Skyrise.
It could very well be the case. All right then. Yeah. If the library is not on your stops for today, which good idea that it isn't, because you could probably use with your other sneaky person, and you've only got a few hours before sunrise. You will be able to make your way over to the Thorn. Okay then. You have an address to your hand, Timothy, or at least to your memory, and you're able to make your way over and drive. Let's look here. There are a number of, as you would imagine, particularly tall buildings in the skyrise, and this Thorn member has an address about, halfway up the skyrise, which is still fucking way high up. So, not a major issue. In order to get into the building at what is, I believe, 3:30 by the time you get there, you definitely need to buzz to get in. Thankfully, the person you're buzzing is a vampire, and so this is actually a reasonable time to be awake. Just like right now
Are
at
they
3 o'clock in the morning.
or are they out hunting?
In this case, when you ring on their bell, there is a brief pause, and then you hear like a phone receiver pick up on their end. Hello there, how can I help?
Hail, Elder Knight. On behalf of the Invictus Prince of the City, I require your advice and the weapons that you keep in your arsenal. Might we come up?
That's not a very common request. What's your name there, stranger?
Timothy Lee,
He pauses for a moment.
Kaibit servant and enforcer of the bartender.
Yep, have no fear, your character specialty is that you are known, so there's only a brief pause, and he'll be like, ah yes, Mr. Lee. Of course, you're welcome to come on up. And, how many of your associates are there with you?
For tonight, simply 2.
Excellent.
But we will require for a third who is on a mission of her own.
I've heard you say. Alright then, yeah, come on up. And then there's a clicking sound and the door in front of you unlocks. He'll give you his floor number exactly, and you can take the lift up.
Yay! And if I can, I'll be back in just 1 second.
Alright, so we're going to see the Invictus Knight.
That's correct. A member of the Thorn who, for whatever reason, is not a currently active member.
On the way over, Zaire, do you have a way so that my mini bolter can be threaded and fitted with a suppressor?
DCL?
Is DCL here?
I was here. My mic was muted. Sorry. I was asking. So is the mini bolter just like a small arms pistol?
It's a 9mm pistol. I couldn't be bothered to get the make and model, so I just call it mini bolter.
Oh yeah, I could I can totally secure a suppressor for that, right?
Let's have a look here.
It's just a
You
little
have
millimeter.
0 crafting skills yourself, but you have an incredibly you have 3 fucking blips in firearms. So you can absolutely thread that gun yourself so that it can have a suppressor fit onto it. If you keep a spare for your main hand pistol, you could probably do a real cockamamie like mix together and just cram a suppressor onto it. You know, give yourself 10 minutes and with a works kit, and you could probably do that.
Okay.
The reason why she didn't already have one is because it made no goddamn sense for her to have this like self-defense gun and then ever think she'd need a suppressor to kill someone quietly.
Yeah, it's like I have this purse derringer.
Actually,
Also, I want a silencer on my purse derringer.
Also, it would totally make sense because if you've ever been a college teacher and you have those students.
Yeah, no fucking
Yeah,
kidding.
even so, she's a vampire. She just eat them.
Yeah.
No, I was
she's
mostly
getting in.
joking.
Mostly joking
Yeah,
about his
but now-
terrible, horrifying
didn't it-
score.
Well, I'm saying,
No, 'cause-
I would have come up with this, but I'm also not Claire. So Claire didn't think she needed it until she realized what you all are into, and one of the reasons why she didn't fire her gun to help you the last time before the first one, because she realized how much sound that makes.
Yeah, guns
Yeah.
are loud. Also, DCL, have you got a fan blowing onto your microphone or something? It's picking
Sorry,
it
I
up.
have a ceiling fan. Let me turn that off.
Cheers. I just noticed that it's blowing quite loud.
Ah,
I just kind of literally imagine this as like a really, really small bolt pistol.
It's just for the Emperor. Have you been putting sanguinous oils on it?
but yeah, the Invictus Knight, like the Invictus Knights are known, right?
Yeah, they're
badass.
basically the big pop of it. Like they're sort of like the vaguely more spook version of whatever it is that your family does.
Oh,
It's
There's
basically like if you were a commando and then found out that there was some kind of other elite, slightly shadier commando.
Well, they're the difference between special forces and black ops.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
okay. Well, either way, my point is that Zaire's probably already like fanboying a little bit, doing a little happy dance on the ride up.
Excellent. Yep. Okay. Yes, you'll have no problem going on up to seeing the full member. The door unlocks. Wander on through. Elevator's ready to roll on up. You arrive at the middle of the skyrise, and there is a large. There aren't as many doors up there as you would have expected. Like, I mean, you guys have all in real life likely seen big apartment blocks, and there's just a fucking wall of doors, sort of like a hotel. In this case, there are something along the lines of 4 sets of doors for a whole building. That means that these apartments are huge. They are enormous. It's the kind of things that like actual full-sized families could live in if they lived in a bungalow. That kind of idea. So you're able to go up to the first one, and there is a sign on the door. And I will write out the name because it's really fucking awkwardly written. Entirely randomized, of course, mind you.
Of course. Do you know anything about science?
Ailash McCavity. And Mr. Ailash McCavity is... I should also copy that into my
A
fucking session.
McCavity?
He's a McCavity. It's not actually written like the Scottish Mc and then a name. It's just written as one McCavity.
Oh, I thought it was McCavity, like what's his name, the poet, The Order of Cats. Yeah, there was an entire. I'll look it up, but never mind me.
Yep. And so, Timothy, this name vaguely rings a bell to you.
Well, the reason why I thought it was something you were doing on purpose is because it was McCavity the Mystery Cat from the Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats. And it's about McCavity the Mystery Cat called the Hidden Paw, for he's a master criminal who can defy the law.
That sounds adorable and wonderful, but no, it's entirely just
Yeah.
by chance. Yes, Timothy, you've heard of Mr. McCavity before, actually. He's it's not that he's disrespected. He's certainly respected, but people are kind of, I guess, disappointed with his situation. Yes, you're right, it is Sir McCavity. It's written down as Mr. McCavity because he's a fucking Invictus Knight, but he's not knighted in any legal sense in America. You would probably call him Sir McCavity, and you would be right to do so. But on his board, Mr. Ailish McCavity. Yes, he has a bit of a reputation. You don't know why people are a little bit weird about it. And then you open the door and wander in, which is unlocked, and he is expecting you to walk in. And when you do, you can see why he's a retired member, quote-unquote, of the Thorn, when he wheels up to you in a wheelchair and he has no legs and only one arm.
Timothy will bow and say, Sir McCafferty, it is a pleasure. I apologize that I have waited so long to make your acquaintance.
Oh, that's hardly a problem. I mean, I'm not exactly in the kind of condition that goes, adventuring much more. It would be a lot of hassle for me to go down to the Elysium these days. Glad to see that there are some respectful young folk there still working.
Yes, just because you cannot make the trip does not mean you are any less deserving of my... And Zaire will bow as well.
Oh, why, thank you very much, young'un. And he'll look you up and down, and 1 second while I make a roll with his ridiculously huge perception dice pool. I can see that you're hardly walking unarmed yourself. Well then.
Zaire gives a smile. Of course, I would be a fool to do so.
Some might argue that that's mildly insulting that you feel you need to come armed in my home, but also I suppose I do still pose something akin to a threat. Come on in, close the door behind you. And he'll wave you into this room.
Sorry, I was helping Joe's mom with some computer problems. Is there, am I in this scene?
Yes, everyone's in the scene. You've been invited up, you've gone through the lift, you've entered into Mr. McCafferty's home. And when you get inside that home, it is plush, it is lavish, like every stone countertop is fucking obsidian. There are wall-sized windows cresting all the way around this building. There's fucking bars out the arse, although admittedly most
Peruvian marble floors.
Actually the floor isn't marble, because he's on a wheelchair. He does not want a marble floor in a wheelchair. He does have a stone floor, but it is actually like a slate, like a nice frictious stone. There are like fancy bars and stuff, but all of the bottles in it are, you know when you get a masked glass bottle? It's so like instead of plain glass, it is murky and obscured, so you can't tell that the contents are quite obviously blood. Like there are a few like actual bottles of alcohol for obvious covering himself reasons, but you know. Timothy, why don't you make me a perception check?
Wits composure, yeah.
Correct.
Yuck, yuck, yuck.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing about his wounds that seems obvious to you as about some kind of strange, oddly magical situation. He's definitely not regenerated for some reason, quote unquote. You don't know. Hard to say. He's like, he's got his limbs wrapped up, like although he's wearing like a quite nice looking set of clothing, it has obviously been adjusted to make up for his missing limbs. So they are closed and hiding the stumps themselves. Yeah, he'll wave you in and he'll wheel himself over with little trouble. Although he's only one-armed, his arm is decently long and he's got one of those quite low set to the ground wheelchairs. Almost one of those sports ones, but the wheels haven't been angled inwards for rotating fast. So he'll push himself on one wheel, push himself on the other, make his way over. Can everyone else actually just make me a wits composure related to his motion around the room?
Wits composure.
Yes, please.
I did a thing.
Yep. Okay, Claire's, you notice that when he pushes himself, there's something incredibly abnormal about that forward-pushing motion, and it's that whenever he pushes hard on one wheel, it doesn't send him spinning in a circle. Like, it jogs him a little bit to the side before he then readjusts and pushes on the other wheel. You suspect that he's doing some fucking magic. Like, just for even moving around, which seems like an incredible waste of vitae, which is odd, to say the least. But in his case, he's wheeling himself over to a rack of blood-filled bottles, and he will pour out a glass for each of you, press it up onto the obsidian countertop, and leave them there before wheeling back around.
You are most generous.
Well, it's rare that I get myself some visitors, especially some young blood, so to speak. So then, why don't you tell me about what your problems are and why you would need this old bastard's kind of help?
Oh yeah, sorry, we can't make Lee talk. You want me to do the talking?
I can talk.
Alright.
Do it in doses. Go ahead, Maz.
I assume Sir McCavity, but you have not been informed of what happened to poor Alpheus Cunningham.
Let's have a think here. Alpheus Cunningham.
One of the Kindred. He ran with the Brides of Dracula.
Did he move, I suppose, occult imports is the best way to describe his situation, yes?
Indeed.
You're saying he's made himself an unfortunate end?
He was burned to death by an incendiary device of possible magical origin.
Interesting. And, you say possible magical origin. How would you vote it? Because, of course, there's reasonable doubt when it comes to the modern wonders of technology and actual occult objects.
The device itself, we only saw several poor quality recordings of it. The higher quality I myself did not see. Zaire, I believe you and Rose watched that directly, but even that, it was concealed in a brown paper bag, was it not?
Zaire will nod. Even with my military knowledge, it still seems to have been something of a magic.
Yes, if I remember rightly, like, the object itself seemed spherical as opposed to a casing, so it lends itself slightly more likely towards being an incendiary magical device than normal, but there is still reasonable room for doubt.
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. He'll nod slightly and go, very well then. And, I take it that this Alpheus Cunningham situation is a little bit more complicated than you just need to find the person that offed him. Would I be correct in thinking that?
We have already found and dealt with the one that gave Alpheus the device. We're now looking at the organization as a whole. One that seems to be a remarkably knowledgeable and well-equipped organization of hunters, such that even their street thugs were sort of sent out when a group of strangers is entering their territory, are equipped with magical crossbows.
Wait a second, you're saying that there is, in San Pasado, a group of hunters whose greenhorns are being equipped with magical devices to deal with possible, maybe vampires?
I was shot with one myself.
You don't say. Have you got evidence of that wound still on you?
Damn it, I shouldn't have healed it.
Give me a chance, Die. You might still have a mark on you.
Tonight.
It was early tonight, but he burned the Vitae while you were at the Elysium.
Oh,
Sorry about
I
that. I
thought
was,
you could only heal stuff while you were resting.
can you burn
no,
a
you
VK?
can burn Vitae to heal it though.
Well, you have to burn Vitae to heal.
There is definitely there is an instant healing mechanic. It's the only reason Etienne's still alive. And I trust Third's judgment on that. Give me a chance, Die. You might still have markings of the injury.
Didn't I just give that?
Oh, is that the D10 there? Okay, no.
Five.
Yeah, like, you know, lift up the edge of your coat and under your shirt, and there's, like, the faintest puckering mark, and he's like, nah, it just looks like a normal crossbow bolt or some kind of, at least, relatively wide shaft pierce.
None of us were around for that to inspect the bolt, right? He just ripped it out and threw it on the ground.
Yeah, and
What was
then
the
it burst immediately into flames.
I was about to say that. It was a normal crossbow, but when I ripped it out, it burst into flames. So I couldn't even recover the shaft.
You don't say. How long did it take to burst into flames?
Half
Half a second.
like a what you say, like a split second?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely a split second.
A split second. If I was lucky and on guard when I caught it and pulled it out. If I had not, or had been a little bit slower, I would probably not be standing here right now.
Now that is interesting, because you see, if it were non-arcane in origin, when it hit you, it would already have started igniting in motion. That's sort of how, I imagine you know how incendiary rounds work in and of themselves. The same applies to a crossbow bolt if there was some kind of ignited surface on it. I mean, that definitely does lend itself more to the arcane. And, have you got anything else of theirs, maybe? Anything you've pulled off of them? Any idea of what you might be up against would be very, very helpful.
I still... did I hand over that... when we were doing all that thing, did we hand over that phone? Because I know I took out the battery and the SIM card and set it aside.
I mean, we did take all his gear.
You took all of his gear. Well, actually, you left his phone on the table, but you did loot a bunch of glass vials off of him.
Yeah,
I believe it was Claire directly who took those.
You need to stop cutting me off, Claire. I was about to say, if you let me go downstairs, I can bring up the bottles.
I didn't fucking say shit about those bottles, bro. That was Scow.
That was me. I'm terrible.
No, but I was gonna say we looted him. And we have his gear equipment, so we can bring that up.
Yep, excellent. Yes, he'll be like, all right, fine, hit the button on your way down, and the doors are still unlocked for long enough for you to return.
Maybe get off my same page, DCL.
Oh my god. He'll sketch a bow and then go about to go get the things. Gonna go get the things so you can do the things.
And also, there is someone in the chat right now who is talking about trying to GM World of Darkness games. The reality is, if you can run a story yourself, and that's fine. But it has been a lot of fun for me to go, hey, you make up this person, give up a name for them, make this story happen. The whole start of all of this story that all of the characters are doing right now is because one player wanted to pick up a book in a bar.
Yep, I just wanted a book. Oh god.
I wonder if that's... Oh, no. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the magic of storytelling for this game. As long as you're willing to get people in your party to stuff details into it, then you'll have a really good time. This world map that you're looking at, only a couple were written down by me. Everyone decided where the police would patrol, where different gangs were located, all of that. That is all the whole party, not me.
Hey, I am actually proud of the names of those colleges. They sound like real people colleges.
Pacific Grove Polytechnic and Silverleaf College, absolutely.
Silverleaf sounds more like a Pokemon gym to me.
I don't play Pokemon, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, Silverleaf College does actually sound like a real college.
Yeah.
I swear there's a Pokemon
I will actually tell you that I took Pacific Grove from the name of an agrarian college up north. I just changed the last name.
Let's have a look here. Silverleaf College doesn't exist right now, but it could very easily do so. There is a Silverleaf community, and there is a college.
Yeah. Anyways, so we were going back down to get those jars of...
It's just Zaire who's going to do it.
Okay.
If either of you would like to have a quick chat with him, or do anything, or look around, now is absolutely your time to do so while Zaire is gathering shit.
I'm fairly certain we covered everything. They knew more than they should, right?
Yeah.
They hunted. Did the werewolf thing get mentioned?
It hasn't yet, no.
We recovered a hunter who was mauled by a werewolf.
A werewolf, really? Wait, where were you located? Was this north? Were you on northeast side when this happened?
Danger zone.
Yeah,
she'll just put wherever that the danger zone is called.
Yeah.
And I'm fairly certain that's outside of the beat. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that's outside the beat path of the werewolf pack here.
Yeah,
we don't know in character.
In character,
Do
you're
we even
aware.
know?
No. In character, you have, or at least probably you and Timothy, because you spent the most time at the Elysium. You are aware that there is a werewolf pack local to San Pasado, but they are small and have stayed completely out of your way, and they want you to stay completely out of their way. They are somewhere near the lakes, the parks, and the forests of the northeast side of San
Yeah.
Pasado.
It seems highly unusual for one of the wolves to stray that far into the territory outside of their own.
Remember, though, that the captured hunter mentioned that the injured one bargained with information to be brought back to their home. It's entirely possible that they were simply the cell on active duty and they were called out to respond to information unaware.
And then there is that worrying prophecy of theirs, perhaps not be, that might not be the beasts that we're thinking of with the werewolves, but something else. One of our we captured a hunter who was kind enough to say that they would try to incite a war between us and the beasts would turn against each other. It is very strange.
Well, frankly, it's very ominous, doomsday-sounding shit, but it's something that I've come across in the past. I mean... Alright.
Nothing new under the sun, or, well, the moon, huh?
Yeah, of course. Let's have a quick think here. I'm trying to imagine up some organizations that would have this kind of information for you. They're, I don't know, it would be quite the group to be, if not organized, at least as well equipped as they sound like they are. You've definitely come to the right place for some backup equipment, that's for sure.
They said they were organized out of a church and perhaps a pastor was in charge of their... It doesn't seem like a huge branching organization, but they have far more knowledge than they should. They knew what the Elysium was.
Given that they know what they know, I can't imagine this pastor is their commander-in-chief. Is more likely the cell leader of that particular band.
Now that is a much more reasonable assumption, yes.
Either
He
way,
may have information on those higher up if we can capture him alive.
Either way, a dangerous group that needs to be snuffed out.
Indeed.
Yes, that would certainly seem to be the case.
If it were not such a grave threat, Sir McCavity, I would not have bothered you with it.
Understood. And yes, about this time, Zaire, you're able to return with a selection's worth of shit. He will wave you over to a dining room table. Be like, put it on down, let's have a look at what you got there.
Zaire will set it down gently.
Yep.
Claire will try to surreptitiously pull Timothy aside.
Syrup deliciously. Go ahead.
Syrup deliciously.
I mean, he has incredible perception, so he will probably notice this happening. Let's have a look here. He notices. Actually, just not as incredibly well as would be, but, one success is all it takes. He'll notice if you pull him aside, but he also won't bring it up. He's very interested in what Zaire's got going on.
Holy shit, he's perceptive.
He's got good stats. He's literally a fucking elder vamp. His D10s are out of fucking
Claire
control.
will try to whisper, should we tell him about the goop? I refuse to call it by anything scientific because she's supposed to be a smart character, and it's just going to annoy the shit out of her sire if I keep doing this.
Who are you asking? Sorry.
Timothy,
yes, you.
Yes. He needs to be told everything. He will have far and away the most experience of anyone in the city.
I'm pretty sure I don't have that goop anymore. I'm pretty sure that it got put away somewhere.
The jar was claimed. You have not been given further information about what its contents may be, but they're looking into it. You can certainly just describe what you saw and the situation involved, though.
In part of this entire situation, we found a homunculi with a jar of viscous substance punched into his chest, and according to my sire, it contained some kind of creature. When we found the homunculi, he was completely drained of all bodily fluids, desiccated.
He'll look up at you like, you say what? This man was drained to like, wait, did you see this body?
Yes, mummified.
Interesting. Okay then, let's have a quick think here. It was a homunculus. Did it look like it originally had bodily fluids?
It looked like it. Yeah, it looked like it used to, right?
Yeah, he was a well-designed one.
Yeah. He was an extremely well-designed homunculi. A member of our group even had met him a couple of times. However, when we found him, he was nothing more than a shriveled-up husk.
Now then, this sounds disconcertingly similar to something. Tell me, was there anything else at the scene of this murder?
Yes, a message written in what appeared to be blood, which said, "You'll get yours, vampires."
Well, that is an issue.
And the rest of the place was immaculate. It didn't look like there were any signs of a struggle.
Well, there was nothing of interest in the room. If it fits with the modus operandi of a prior group, this may be of interest. The message wasn't written in the same room as the body had been left. It was written upstairs in what appeared to be the homunculus' bedroom.
I'm gonna take a guess then that y'all know how Latin sounds. Vos mo adepto volamia. Do you know that meaning?
Claire will know, but Stray doesn't know.
That's fine. It is, you will get yours, vampires, essentially.
Huh. Okay.
You see,
Claire will sage nod.
yeah, you see, this is something that, although I myself have not come across, it is definitely something that a previous colleague of mine has. I'm gonna have to, it looks like, take a trip down to the Elysium in the near future and have a few chats with your, the bartender and also possibly a couple of the other elders. This is a big deal, and I recommend all of you tread incredibly carefully.
So I was right not to underestimate the gravity of this situation.
That you would be correct, my boy. Now then, let's have a quick look at here what they were equipped with. We'll know what we're up against. It certainly sounds like they've modernized if they've gotten rid of bloody Latin.
It seemed so strange that they would tell such lower ground floor untrained people weaknesses like this. Don't most organizations that have such knowledge keep it under lock and key?
There didn't seem to be much compartmentalization with their foot soldier. It was just a religious little white boy thrust into a world he did not understand.
I wonder if they even wanted us to know all of this.
Could be.
It does make a degree of sense to me that they would equip even their lowest ranks as best as they can. If they weren't trying to build a cult to oppose us, and were instead trying to build an army to just wipe us out.
Oh, and Claire didn't see it, but to point it out for player memory, remember, there was a I prepared explosive runes today trap. And very few, hunters, I imagine, would be able to do that.
That is correct.
Yes, in Etienne's house.
That's
Yeah.
In
So
the
you might wanna
apartment
mention
block
that.
Etienne shared.
Yeah, I doesn't know that, but, I know that because I remember.
Yeah, I think only Timothy here knows that.
You explain it to Rose, but she went, magic doesn't exist.
So you might want to mention that.
Yeah.
It's pretty meta, but the thing is, if you didn't remember and I did, your character would really
Timothy would remember, and thank you because I, the storyteller, forgot that. You're very right. There was magic as well, or at least runes indicating magic. You never set them off for obvious person reasons.
Yeah, and I think I actually failed my role to identify what they did. I just knew they
You
looked magic
actually
as
said
fuck.
I actually remember you saying we should ask Claire to look at these, and then never talked about it again.
Yeah, you didn't really get the chance. What with the hunters attacking?
Yeah,
Just
pretty
just so
much.
you guys are aware, not only did you not see the werewolf that was in that building, you didn't see the other 8 hunters that were spending every
I
three
did.
three rounds
I
of combat approaching you.
I fucking did when I had gotten so drunk that I couldn't remember what happened, so I pulled up the video.
Oh,
I
so
could
you
remember
saw all of them in
details.
there? Dude, yeah,
So I
you were
was
so
just
close
like,
to fucked.
Dear fucking lord, Scout was gunning for our booties.
So what
Yeah.
you're saying is we got lucky.
Yeah, you did. If you'd spent too much longer in there, you'd have been in a very dangerous situation.
I would have had to
Anyways,
go full on P90 spray, and I
Yeah.
You
probably
had to. I
still
mean, yeah, I mean, you would have killed a bunch of humans, but yeah, no, it would have been a very,
Anyway,
very
so
nice.
it might be, good to mention to an elder vampire the fact that these guys also had explosive runes prepared.
Yes, and yeah, Timothy will say, and there is more indicating that this organization is prepared. We were able to raid the home of one of their members. That was how we captured one of them. On the walls and connected to the very door itself were runes that, while I could not identify their purpose or utility, seemed magical in nature.
I see.
And can I make any sort of roll to describe them to him?
To recount them, yes. I mean, he'll actually direct you to, like, in fact, while he's investigating these vials and stuff, he's gonna ask all of you to, like, pick up bits and pieces around his room. Like, he'll say, "Can you get me, like, a bowl from the cupboard up there, a couple of glasses?" And he'll indicate you, Timothy, to go and grab some paper out of his printer and a pen and draw them out for him.
Unless you have the eidetic memory thing, it would probably be a check.
It is going to be a skill check, but yeah, you don't have to describe them. You could try and draw them for him, and in this case, it would be intelligence and academics.
Expression.
Oh, you can go with
Academics
expression as well. Expression is definitely a talky one. Like, although you would use expression if you wanted a painting to tell a story. In this case, it's academics. You're basically, you're doing busy work, art.
I mean, both of them
They're
are one
identical,
for
yeah.
me, so. Well, standard success.
Yes, so honestly, standard success is good enough in that he gets the gist of what he's looking at and goes, "Okay, then, you see here," and he'll indicate, like, the first set of runes. It's like, this is sort of like setting up the statement. So it's like, if this statement becomes true, then the effect triggers. I myself, not exactly a magic specialist. By any stretch of the imagination, I can't do it for shit myself. I'm pretty sure that these here are all destructive runes, so yeah, the assumption that these, like, blow up or cause an explosion or cause damage, maybe either the runes themselves will explode or evidence will burst into flames, like that kind of thing. You could set up returning runes on another side of the building, even. Like, same setup, like a primitive alarm. And you say you managed to get these without them triggering, then?
Yes, thanks to the assistance of our friend, but cannot join us at the moment. She is, as I mentioned earlier, she is on her own mission.
Right,
It seems that this organization of hunters has an incredibly disproportionate knowledge to our kind than we have of them.
Very reasonable. Well, it seems to me that if it's got anything to do with a couple of old, I'd say, members that have been encountered in the past, then they're being funded by a number of magi. They're paying in probably quite not unreasonable amounts of money for these resources, and it's sort of like calling in a mercenary for hire, except they'll come and do wizard shit for you.
Hi, Third.
Hi.
Hey, welcome back, Third. How'd recording go?
Hey,
Everybody got tired and had to leave.
Uh,
What were you guys doing?
We were recording Final Fantasy X.
Oh, okay.
nice.
Character select.
Good old character.
So, okay.
Subscriber
and
can expect that pretty soon.
While you were gone, we went back to the Elysium, got the kids, sorted out. Turns out the hunters know a lot more about vamps than they should. And now we're going to find a knight of something thorn. I forget what it is. It's an Invictus knighthood.
Invictus Knight.
Yeah, and we're
Order
explaining
of
to
the
him.
Thorned Wraith.
There we go. And we're explaining to him what we found, and you see that little St. Mary's Church thing. We're trying to gear up for an assault. In the meantime, Claire found out more about the book and her grill friend, and in the morning, we're all going to go and try to retrieve a bunch of books and then, look in on,
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, they've basically been doing some of the background busy work in collecting information for next session, because we didn't know when you would be able to make it back. Right now, we'll catch up with you and Etienne in a second. They're gathering information from a ex-knight. He's literally a one-armed vampire in a wheelchair, and for some reason he hasn't regenerated. Unknown reasons. Timothy couldn't figure out at a glance. And he's telling them all about what he knows of very similar hunter organizations. When he was told about You'll Get Yours Vampires and the Dead Homunculus, he announced the Latin version of You'll Get Yours Vampires and be like, that sounds awfully familiar. And so he's doing that information right now. Apparently, some form of mage is sort of being contracted to this group in that he's being hired to do wizard shit for them. So that means he is already immediately in league with the hunters, whoever this mage is, possibly Magi. And he's about to investigate the vials that were taken off of the previously unconscious hunter, who, by the way, they took to a hidden room in the Elysium and interrogated. DCO got fucking double critical successes, so he fucking crushed the shit out of that conversation. He absolutely wrecked it and got all the information he had available to him before he started going all redneck white boy on him.
I like to think I repeat the scene well as well.
Yeah, you also did a fantastic job role-playing it. You also gave him the Dog the Bounty Hunter treatment of keeping him well-smoked. Go Crest, brah.
Okay.
and I kept interrupting and saying things DCL wanted to say already.
You were deeply in DCL's brain space. You were downloading.
Get out of my head!
Regarding
No,
the,
Charles, get out of my head, Charles.
regarding the cripple vampire,
Yeah.
you said he's like missing.
He is missing both legs below the knee and one of his whole arms, like up to the shoulder.
Oh, was he like that before he got turned into a vampire?
He was a member of the Invictus Covenant's like knights that go out and fucking basically like the Black Ops. If you think
so he
of,
was not
he
like
was
that before.
so
he got turned into a
not
vampire.
like that before he got turned. So there is a definite reason why he didn't regen.
Okay.
Yeah, or maybe he is unable.
Supernatural reason. I mean,
There-
that's why
yes.
my eye doesn't grow back.
Yeah, exactly. There's definitely a supernatural reason why he doesn't have his limbs back. So yes, he's passing on that information. I need to take a quick leak because I've broken the seal previously, which is a terrible mistake to make and needs to be rectified. And also a fresh drink, and my voice is spent. Hooray! So I'll be back in a very brief second. We'll put on some more random music while it's going on. If anyone wants to catch up Lily with stuff that we haven't mentioned already, then please feel free to
I do
do
have
so
to
now.
ask, how much longer is the session going on?
About another half hour.
Mm,
We'll wrap up everything Thornbloke has to say, and then we can call it there.
yeah, alright.
Or do you have places to be right now? Because we can, you can hop out, and then I'll give you a brief recap.
I might have to
afterwards.
hop out now, unfortunately, and I'll need the recap in a little bit. I don't want to leave to you either, because there's something I want to say to the guy, too.
Why don't you say it now? All right, go for it right now, and then we'll take our break.
Alright. So, assuming, like, kind of meta fast forward, Zaire basically wants to ask for mentorship from this guy.
Well, now, Zahir, you seem like a nice lad, but seriously, you're trying to learn tricks from a particularly old dog in this situation. Tell you what, it sounds like this situation itself is going to get a lot worse before it gets any measure of better. And there are going to be members of the Thorn who are going to be wandering on in at least a little bit closer to do some work around here. I would recommend mentoring them because they can move around. Me, I haven't got quite that kind of advantage anymore. A lot of what I do is, probably not your very similar skill set. I definitely know some people who are much better in a fight with the weapons and the on-hand than I am.
It is not training and fighting that I specifically ask, well, I mean it is, but you have something that not many others have. You have wisdom.
Oh yeah, I've got a shit ton of years under my belt, young one.
I train every day, and I make sure to keep my body in the peakest condition I possibly can. But the one thing I am lacking in is wisdom. I need to learn, and I need to learn fast if things are going as bad as we think they are.
Trust me, young one, if you're looking to learn wisdom fast, then there's no quicker way to learn than being thrown directly into the fire. So to speak, don't get set on fire, that's terrible news. Frankly, you can't really teach wisdom. It's experience, it's life experience. It's how you turn the information you gain and use it to your advantage. I can give you the kinds of advice, but if you've ever learned, for instance, how to clear a room, then you already know the basics, what you gotta do. The only thing you're gonna pick up is by feeling it for yourself. I can't teach that.
Zaire will kind of frown a little bit at that, but he will nod. I default to your wisdom. I trust that you are right, and that I have some...
My wisdom, as you should. Trust me, if someone ever asks you in the future and you make it to my kind of years, then you'll probably tell them the exact same thing. That said, I might put in a good word for you with a couple of my other compatriots, see if they can give you some actual hands-on training. That is far beyond me these days. I can give you hand-on training, but that's pretty useless.
Zaire's kind of having to suppress a laugh at the obviously horrible joke.
Thank you, I'm kind of proud of that one myself.
Say what?
I'm kind of proud of that one myself.
But Zaire will ultimately nod and not argue any further.
Excellent.
All right.
Okay, if you want to step away then, I will send you a little catch-up in the end. I do need to take a leak because I'm full of lemonade and whiskey. And my voice needs a fresh drink because otherwise...
Whiskey lemonade.
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's basically a pint of lemonade with 2 shots of whiskey in it.
I've got to do the same thing. Well, different alcohol. Though.
Different drinks, of course. Yeah, yes, we'll be right back. I'll put music on again. Hooray. I'm sorry that there have been so many little breaks, but I'm just not well enough to just sit here for an entire session like usual. And music time.
Music time. Those are some tits. Wow. That painful. That sounded painful. You okay?
This is just how my voice has been for the past 2 weeks.
Here, I'll throw it in the Urban Arcana porn section. You're in that, right? Yes, you are. Have boobs.
Well, those are very much some tits.
There we go. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yay! So yeah, so you feeling all caught up there, Lily, or is there anything else that you'd like to know?
Yeah, well, I'm good.
Excellent. Sorry, I just totally yoinked a couple of pieces of chocolate. So I'm just nibbling on those. Nom nom nom. It's rare that I ever eat just plain chocolate. That doesn't happen often enough, and should totally happen more often. Okay, so we'll continue on and then straight hop back in a second. When you, he'll inspect the runes that have been drawn out for him, at least in rough forms, and he'll explain vaguely what it looks like it does. It's not one-to-one, but it's enough to give you a rough idea that, you're kind of dealing with magic and shit. He'll ask for a bowl, and he'll ask for a couple of glasses, and he'll take these bottles of mixtures. Welcome back. He's just inspecting the bottles of mixtures that were taken off the hunter.
Okay.
He pours 2 of the vials out into a glass and pours another one into a bowl and indicates that, you see, a lot of these aren't made for either consumption or for throwing, at least not immediately. You see these 2 here, and he'll indicate the ones in the glasses. You mix those together and they're potent for all of about, I would say, 5 minutes. You drink them up both together and it's, imagine if you just drank, 3 people dry immediately, but, it didn't fill you up, because that's quite a bit even for us to just in one sitting. You know how it is. Imagine how buzzed you would feel, how incredibly potent, how powerful you were. It's like that, but for humans. They of course, there's a limit on how much potential vitae a human body can contain, as you would expect. Taking both of these would be incredibly dangerous, but it would make them potent. It would make them potent for long enough to matter, at least.
So, in effect, some sort of short-term berserker drink.
Oh no, not a berserk. I mean, when you're thoroughly fed, I imagine you don't go absolutely apeshit berserk, no.
I have to be honest, I haven't ever combined the abilities of Kindred with immortality of a kind. My imagination would put it as some self-destructive berserker frenzy of acting as if everything was possible and nothing mattered for more than 10 minutes.
I want to roll in int occult to see if I've ever come across anything like this.
Go right ahead. Now is a perfect time to do some intercult. Likewise, Timothy, you can take a crack at it.
Intercult is always something I like.
Yeah, Timothy.
This is one of my best scores.
That was you rolled a 4-3 dice pool and you got nothing. I feel for you. I feel for you, Stray. Hey, you got some fucking great rolls beforehand as well. I'm pretty sure you scored. You're the first person to score a 10 on a chance die this session.
Yeah, in fact, I roll so well in this game that I think I'm picking all my luck from this game, just sinking it in here, and then none of it in Only War.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah, at first you're thinking, yeah, maybe this is some kind of combat stimulant, but he looks and he goes, no. Imagine, I mean, you've used your powers before, right? You've drawn on your own vitae, yes?
Of course.
Yes.
Now imagine if you could do that, but there was no draw. You didn't, or you had such an incredibly large pool of energy that drinking from it was inconsequential. That's the kind of effect that these here will do for you.
That sounds rather impossible. There is always a price to pay for power.
Exactly. Timothy, you know of this as definitely not a common thing. It is almost magic. It's almost like a gestalt magic. The idea that because enough people believe in it, it works. And in a way, that's all it really takes. It sort of bends the concept of reality for just a little bit. There are so many stimulants in that thing, most likely, and a number of drugs that, because they believe it is granting them like a temporary power that they can't possibly like scrape the bottom of the barrel of, that they can do an incredible amount of things. For a human, that's like, I mean, it's still within the limits of human capabilities. It makes them incredible, it makes them very strong, and it would grant them a great deal of power, but it's limited to being a human. If a vampire took that, the idea that temporarily, and because like reality is being shifted just a smidgen, technically they could draw on their powers all like for as long as this potion worked, without like actually using up vitae, that's scary good. That's very useful. But Claire is right. The idea that someone going beyond their capabilities is also abnormal. The backlash is intense. For a human, this would come very close to killing them. For you, it would still lay you out for like a day.
Well, thinking about that properly, thinking about its full consequences, I would remind you, Summer Cavity, that we took those from one who broke at the merest sight of a power drill.
Woo! They're giving this shit out to greenhorns. You've got to be kidding me. I mean, I can only assume it's because they... Let's have a think here. You know what? There's only one way to find out. He'll hold up both the glasses, pour them both into the same bowl, and then he'll look into the bowl. Now, I'm fairly certain that I can drink this and be relatively fine and start to deconstruct it, or at least understand it to a degree. The question is, would either of you young'uns like to give it a go first? And he'll scoop his one hand underneath this bowl and lift it up, and hold it up in front of the both of you.
Not without an intelligent amount of research done first. This does not. You never meddle with something that you do not fully comprehend without dissecting it.
He'll raise an amused eyebrow and then look at Timothy, holding the bowl aloft.
Remember, order Dracul, order Dracul.
If
A
there was
member of the
battle
Invict-
to be fought
The Invictus is holding it up in front of you.
If there was a battle to be fought in the next hour, I would try it, and it would see me live or die through the battle. But I'm not willing to simply be a test subject for it.
Very well then, suit yourself. And
My
he
good-
places the bowl to his
no.
lips. Looks
My
up at the
good
both
sir,
of
it
you.
would be very much to behoove all of us if I were to at least bring this to my sire to be tested and studied before any of us tried it.
Nah, don't you worry there, young'un. I'm only gonna take a sip, don't be ridiculous. And he just lifts it up to his lips and takes the world's smallest sip before placing the bowl back down. And then he will pause there and he'll wait.
Claire just slowly rubs her temples.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not touching all of this, don't be crazy. He put, like, if I were to describe the size of them, like, he only filled, say, like, a double shot's worth of a glass for each of the two bottles. And he takes, like, a minute sip from that, and then he pauses, and you see his pupils dilate, like, a little bit, and slowly. Before they turn into narrow pinpoints again, he goes, Okay. That's got quite definitely a kick to it, and maybe I'll have like the world's slightest headache later. You know, unless I continue to drink. And he'll pause and sip from his glass of blood. Now, okay, I can see why they were giving this to greenhorns. This is incredibly impure, or at least I can only assume it's incredibly impure. I can actually like taste, how to put it? Like, minerals, like hard water.
Doesn't that seem incredibly flawed logic? even if you're giving them the impure stuff, they had to know that eventually we'd catch on and we'd be able to reverse engineer whatever they were doing. And, even if they were leaving the pure stuff for the higher ups, eventually we'd be able to catch on as well.
Oh yeah, but of course, whether we catch on or not is not important. What I'm saying is, compared to the real stuff, this is almost certainly very cheap. Which is why I probably went to the greenhorns, and he'll push the ball slightly away. If you want to take yourself...
it's bath wine. It's bath wine potions.
Essentially, yes. He's telling you that what this is right now is cheap bullshit that they give to their lowerlings. He goes, if you want to take yourself a sample of that, go right ahead. And he indicates one of just the bottles, or he'll wave you towards a bunch of stoppers and stuff. He literally has a chemist kit in his building somewhere, so I mean he'll direct you to that if you would like to take a proper sample in a vial for him.
Claire is definitely going to take a sample to bring back to.
Yep. Both of the previous bottles the person had, there are still dregs in the bottom of both of those, so they can be recorked and taken. So you can provide both of them, and then also the result of them mixed. In various instances.
Exactly what she's going to do.
Yep, and goes, so there you have it. That'd be why they gave it to their greenhorns. I imagine they don't care particularly hard if they die or not. It might vary. If it's this impure, a full dosage might very well kill one of them. But it would make them intensely dangerous, so, don't take that into account. If you ever see someone knock back 2 glasses, then you should be concerned.
What a hilarious mockery of their self-delusion about honor among each other and how they are more closely knit than our kind.
Well, you find with a group or an organization such as this, especially if they got that whole religion kick going for them, then it's entirely likely that to them there is no greater cost. It's why you have people who are happy to strap a bunch of detonite to themselves and run into a building. For them, they think that this stupid risk they're undertaking is entirely worth it. I mean, they couldn't be more wrong. It's foolish, it's stupid, and it will get all of them killed and only bring attention on us.
And why we have had night wars where entire clans have disappeared.
And there you have it. And, if I'm entirely honest with you, I would be very, very alarmed right now, because should some kind of night war be on the occurring, then you'd best be prepared for the Strick, very possibly.
Strix.
Claire,
Strix.
Strix. Yeah, Claire will shudder at that mention.
Seeing all of the Kindred up in arms and in a fight with a bunch of kind, I couldn't imagine a more tempting feeding frenzy for them all.
That is why we must pull this out by its roots before it comes to that.
Yes, I will definitely be finding my way down to the Elysium soon. But I did promise you a little bit of assistance if you were going to be encountering them in the future. If you would please walk this way. And he'll say walk with a bit of a smirk before he wheelchairs himself over towards another room.
Claire will dutifully follow.
Yep.
It is a bedroom, again, as incredibly lavish as the rest of this skyrise fucking 4-person apartment that only he is inhabiting. It is, I honestly can't think of a good way to describe it other than every kind of movie high-class hotel you've ever seen. Just, in bedroom format. He reaches underneath his bed and pulls out what looks like a bug-out bag. He'll toss that onto the mattress. He'll roll over to a cupboard, pull out a briefcase, toss that onto it, and he'll start opening things up. A moment later, he rummages out a handful of charms. He goes, you said there was another one of you as well. She's off on a bit of a mission of our own. This'll do for her. He hands you 4 icons. They look like just wooden pieces just on strings. From the smell of them, there's a number of incenses and herbs all mixed in, and you don't really know how the runes were built into these things, but they were fire scorched in without having damaged the rest of the wood. Those things there will probably keep you from being immolated all of, once. But honestly, it's all I've got to hand. That might very well be what it takes to get you, through the night. Your other, from Zaire there, and he'll point at Zaire, has already faced himself one of those bolts before. They are incredibly serious business. If they stick in you for longer than half a second, you're probably going to go up in flames. Those will protect you from that once, so, try not to get shot multiple times. There you go.
Oop,
Yeah.
did I cut out?
Maybe for a second I didn't hear you.
Oh, I thought I cut out because I was saying stuff. Oh no.
Yep, go
All
ahead.
right, I'm back. Yep.
Re-repeat, go ahead.
All right. Claire will nod graciously and hold them up. And in the bag, because he didn't open that bag. I'm pretty sure the other bug out bag he pulled up.
Yep, he will rummage into that bag and go, well, now, don't get ahead of yourselves here. It looks like, if you just had 2 links out of a chain, just only 2 links. They're self-enclosed and they don't seem particularly special. You throw these at an individual and it binds them up. I've only got a couple of them to hand, but I've found them incredibly useful in the past. If you can just hit them, I'd say somewhere vaguely in the chest, they will be bound and probably dropped by it. Especially useful if you want to take them alive. Not that I know why you would anymore, but, there's the odd high-priority target, I imagine. And he reaches into a pouch, and he has to do it one-handed, of course. It's a bit awkward. He will untie the tassel strings and open them up, and he'll tip the bag over, and you can see that it's got 6 of these double chain links in it. You can spread that out amongst the rest of you as much as you want. I mean, the rest of this bag, and as you can see, it's just like guns and swords. Most of it ain't even much use to me anymore, but I do like to keep it around.
Claire will nod in appreciation. Yes, I'm sure this will help us immensely. Turn back, see the sparkles in Zaire's eyes.
Yes, he would probably be sparkling. There is a very beautiful, like a fucking Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifle just sat there in his bug out bag in a couple of pieces. That's enough to make Zaire a very happy Zaire. But,
you just hear a quiet in the background.
And a not so quiet thunk.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh man.
Yeah, dude's fucking set. I mean, his one arm is ripped as fuck, but
He's fucking properly paranoid, this guy.
Well, not paranoid. He probably had a reason to use it at some point in his past.
It's fine, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So he gives you these. You can put them down as quick binding chains. You just have to throw them. You can throw them as far as any grenade is considered to be capable of throwing. Even though, let's face it, throwing 2 links of chain is probably a much shorter distance than a grenade. I'm not gonna fucking judge. We'll call it magic, quote unquote.
Alright, so for writing this down, how many of these quick binding chains are there?
There are 6 of them. And also there is 1 charm each. They will protect you from a magical attack once before they are burnt out.
I would suggest we do split the charms, 1 between us, and Zaire and Tim take 2 of the chains, and you other 2 take 1 of them.
Yeah, because Claire is... I'm just writing down general equipment we have, so how many of them... what are they called? Charms?
Just the 4.
There's
So
only
it's
4?
It's enough for 1 each. He doesn't have more. It is possible he can get more made, but he doesn't have the means himself. But other members of the Thorn might turn up. Thorned Wreath.
1 Barrett 50 cal?
No, he is not giving you his Barrett 50 cal. You fucking wish. No, that's staying in his bug out bag. It's just other shit you can see in his bag. There is a claymore and a fucking Barrett. He's ready. But he doesn't use any of that shit, but it's his. He's keeping that.
Alright, so...
It's just the charms and the throw chains, and he says that there are other members of the Thorned Wreath that might turn up in the future with some more stuff for you. He'll put in the good words since you've been a good sport.
Alright. I think... Oh, I also need to add to my equipment list. Zaire upgraded my mini bolter with a suppressor, right?
Correct. You had a purse derringer, and now he has threaded it with the necessary adjustments and put a suppressor on it for a 9mm.
Well, it's better than a Derringer because this is just the
Oh well,
thing
yeah,
is-
yours was a
yeah,
9
yeah.
mil as well. Yeah. So yes, it's
Yeah,
it's
it
a
was a
9. I mean, it's a
9mm.
9 mil suppressor that's gone on your 9 mil.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Yeah.
So yes, you have a
Well,
properly.
because the Derringer is in Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah.
That's
Well, I
my
mean,
character in
I've
Call of
I've
Cthulhu,
always
but
thought
this
of
one.
the Derringer as the purse pistol for people who are like, I need a gun, but I don't want to. I want it to be
well,
fashionable.
Yeah, the Derringer model shoots two. It's an over or under, but it's using pistol rounds, and it will shoot 2 bullets at one time,
That's right.
and that's a
And
Derringer.
they were 5.6,
But
if I remember rightly, in a tiny little thing.
yeah, they were tiny. This is still like it's a self defense gun, but I just couldn't decide which one, so I just call it the goddamn mini bolter.
Makes sense. So yes, you have a 9mm suppressor for your 9mm. Go figure. It's going to work quite well for you.
Yep.
He can't adjust it to make it subsonic, and I don't think your one would have started like that.
Oh no.
So yeah, it's still going to be relatively loud, but quieter than it was.
Yeah, she doesn't know
Subsonic
anything about
based around
guns.
the bullet, not the gun.
It was a
Okay,
night.
what?
Well, I mean, there is definitely subsonic definitely matters on the gun as well because barrel length impacts on velocity.
It is really mostly the bullet load.
Oh,
The load for a subsonic bullet is generally about a third of the load that you would use. Because I actually used to load ammo, and
okay.
it's basically how much. The bullet is the same size. It's how much powder is in the bullet, and if you have enough powder to get the bullet out of your gun, but it won't break supersonic speed, that is a subsonic bullet.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's the same.
Same
it's the
caliber,
round.
but different grains.
Yeah, it's the same lead, but different bullet grain.
Right.
Powder grain. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
excellent.
why when the British made the Delisle carbine, they were using an American round, but they also used British stock and receiver, and they just took the American 45 ACP and they just took a little bit of powder out of it, and actually it is still to this day the quietest weapon ever made, and the sound of you racking back the bolt was louder than the gunshot.
Nerd. No, I'm kidding. Fair enough. I honestly find that shit. I find that shit vaguely riveting, actually. But okay. And yes, he will give you this information. He will give you this gear. I believe now it is time for the Lillian show because Lillian's got her waifu game on lock. Are you there, Lily?
Nope.
Oh, okay then. All right. I guess it's the end of the session for today. Okay.
Alright, guys. See you next week.
Alright, see you next week. No, alright then. So it doesn't take you particularly long. I mean, I imagine you take your time getting back because you have an incredibly injured person on your bike.
Correct.
So you take your time back, and you were going to your home and not the greased shaft, yes?
Yes.
Alright then. So you get her home in the end, and can you describe your actual home?
It is like a basement apartment type thing. Rent out the basement for this house. Just like a couple rooms.
Is the rest of the house occupied?
By other people? Yes.
Mm.
So I just rent out the basement and live there. They don't bother me. I don't bother them.
Sounds fair. Do you have your own route to the basement, or do you have to go through the house though?
Nah, I go through like back door.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so yeah, you're able to walk.
Got a little dip down.
Cute. Okay, yeah, you get her into your little old apartment. I mean, the first thing she does is immediately look around, and you can see just at least a measure in her eyes that she's looking for threats. So she's probably received some modicum of training.
With her looking around, I will hurriedly flip down various pictures.
Various
Especially
pictures, huh?
One's containing my touchstone.
Ah, alright, smart move right there. Yeah, the way that she looks around is kind of a similar look you've seen in yourself. It's almost as though she has that feature for uncanny like watching the fuck out of people, whatever it's called. I've got the name of it now. Trained observer. That was the one. It's almost as though she has trained observer with the way that she looks around that room. But, she'll look around for a bit, and then she'll nod slowly and go, "Okay, what now?"
Heal up, maybe?
Okay, how?
Can focus, like, the blood running through your veins to the damaged parts of your body.
That's harder than it sounds. Honestly, it's kind of
You
hard to.
kind of get used to it.
Okay, no sound like the present.
If you think that's hard, try focusing the blood in your veins to open up locked doors for you. That's difficult.
You can do that.
Yeah.
Huh. She'll blink a few times and then she'll. I take it you have some kind of like comfy chair in your apartment.
Yes, like a big beanbag chair in front of a TV.
All right. She'll look at you in like silent permission because she is still like. I mean, she's coated in blood. Most of it's dried, but she's a bit messy.
Oh, feel free. Like, make
Yeah.
yourself home.
She'll drop into it and then let out one of those. "Ugh!" because she's sat down in like something that isn't the back of a jogging car in forever, and then start, like shut her eyes tightly. You can tell that she's concentrating way too hard to actually get the healing thing to work for her.
Scalp massage.
Yeah, you know when someone's like, close your eyes, and they go, okay, but they close their eyes so fucking hard that there's like, yeah, there's no way this person's relaxing. She basically does that with trying to concentrate on herself.
Soda. I don't know how old they are, but
Etienne is.
no, I'm asking if she wants a soda.
Yeah, and you said you don't know how old she is.
I don't know how old the sodas are.
Oh,
In character.
in character, you don't know how old the sodas are. She'll pause and go. Didn't know vampires drank soda.
That's why I don't know how old they are. They've been in the
Okay.
fridge for a while.
Sure. That sounds good.
Go grab her. A cherry Coke.
Also, Etienne is 27.
Okay. A little bit older than me.
Yep. She looks pretty youthful. I mean, she looks less youthful right now with all the blood missing, but otherwise.
And now she won't get any older.
And now she'll stop aging.
For the most part.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think ghouls are immortal, are they?
No, but they
do. Ridiculously slows aging, right?
Yeah.
So they age like Asian people. She's gonna hit 90 and turn to a raisin. I can
190 and then turn into a raisin.
I can make that joke in general because my roommate's mother still gets mistaken for his sister, which is hilarious. She's one of those people. It's ridiculous. It is crazy.
It is.
Okay, yep. She will accept it and take a sip. She doesn't complain immediately, so you assume it isn't the world's oldest soda.
Yeah, sorry, I don't really no food here.
No, that's fine. I take it you drink people for that. She looks a little bit uncomfortable and fidgets. Just looking at her, she looks like what you would expect from like a righteous, good doing all Christian gal. Except you know that this person is also trans and has probably been through all manner of weird shit because of religious affiliation. There's nothing that'll mix that shit up any harder. A bit of old religion.
I will slip down into another chair by the TV. Just like a beat up old what's it, the one with kind of like footrest type thing?
Ottoman? Or are you talking about Lazy Boy?
Recliner.
Recliner is what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Just a beat up old recliner with like duct tape on the sides.
The kind you find on like on a curb, but you're like that's so intact. That's a prize find.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess, but there's just a little nibble here and there.
It's
What?
not like
I mean,
you have to kill someone every time.
she appears to assume that, but she's like, but that's so many people.
So many. No,
But you do that like every day.
every day, every couple of days.
Ugh. Okay.
It's
Okay.
not that bad.
If you say so, I mean, okay. Also, when does a vampire watch television?
What's wrong with television?
Nothing.
I've
But
got PlayStation 4, Xbox One.
it just seems like flabbergasted that you aren't some kind of blur. I am the vampire.
Like,
Stunned.
well, what are we supposed to be like technophobes?
But
Well-
you like all live forever and shit. I figured, like, I don't know, technology would scare you or something.
Scare me? I was born in shit. How
90?
old is my character?
Uh,
How old is your character?
isn't she my age? She's 91?
91? Because that'd be 25.
Yeah, 25.
I was born in 1991.
What? Wait,
I'm
I'm
only
older
gonna-
than you?
I've only been a vampire for 2 years.
She seems baffled with this kind of concept. Also, you notice that her wounds are starting to heal again, so apparently this kind of distraction is working for her.
Good.
She'd be like,
Do you think we're all old?
yeah, kinda.
I think my sire was born in like the 20s, maybe. I mean, he was a little old, but he didn't really tell me anything.
But So wait, okay, I mean, I should probably, I guess I should ask this, but you kind of did a thing, and I feel really weird, and I can heal terrible wounds. Like,
Yeah.
what have you done? What have you done to me?
I fed you a little bit of like my blood, and kind of imparts a little bit of, vampiric qualities. Like you're still human, it's just fine, but you can use that blood to like heal yourself, make yourself stronger.
Wait, do I need blood then, or?
You don't need it.
Wait, but I could drink it?
Vampire blood.
Uh,
Like, you can't just go
I can't just,
You
like,
know.
drink people, right?
right. It needs to come from a vampire.
Yeah, she just sort of settles back
Oh.
in the beanbag chair and stares into
like-
a can for a while.
But you don't have to. Like, you can go without it.
Okay,
You might Jones for it a little bit, but you should get over it. It's fine.
oh good, so, like, vampire blood is cocaine?
A little bit better than cocaine.
Cocaine does not heal grievous wounds, I will tell you that right now.
Yeah.
It causes it, fuck.
I mean, I have seen some coked up people with abnormal strength, but
Doesn't mean you heal afterwards.
right.
Yeah, she pauses and reminisces, and she's like, oh god, I drank from you. Just looks baffled again at herself.
Little bit.
It did feel pretty good.
I didn't really know what else to do. You're bleeding out. We came there specifically to try and find you, so
How did you know to come and find me?
you know that girl you stood up?
Rose, right? Wait, no, sorry, Emma, right?
Emma, yeah. We kind of hooked up.
No.
Had myself a nibble.
No.
Told me all about like where you lived.
No.
I'm sorry. You stood her up. Gave her like a shoulder to cry on.
I With Emma?
Yeah.
She goes back to
Uh,
looking utterly baffled again.
Don't mean to like ruin what you guys have, or if you, I don't know the like story between the two, but
I get. I It. Well. But we. Uh.
if you'd like to talk with her again,
How much does she know about vampires and shit? Because I didn't think she did, like, at all.
she doesn't.
Uh.
She still doesn't.
Okay. Might have to. I think I'll. And she just
See-
goes back to being utterly
See-
baffled.
Well, when we drink, it feels really good for the person, and it just kind of clouds over the memories.
Oh, that doesn't sound rapey at all.
I it was all consensual, okay? Let me just
I don't know,
put that out there.
Kind of sounds like you raped my girlfriend.
It was all consensual. We went to her place, things got frisky, and
Oh, you slept with her too. Okay, awesome.
Rose will just kind of put her face in her hands, and I'm sorry.
You know what? It's okay. I imagine that a lot of shit has
She was
happened
kind
very
of
recently.
hurt, and
I bet she
get-
would be. I mean, she didn't know that I had been disemboweled by a fucking werewolf, but you know, whatever.
right. I'm sure she'll love to hear that you're back and
Oh, that'll be
you're
complicated.
okay, and
Yeah.
that you didn't stand her up.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay. I mean, that's a lot to figure out. So why did you save me?
We came there for you. We're trying to figure out things, and you're kind of the next link in the chain, I guess.
Oh, you know, yeah, I guess you don't really know much about the old Taurus Noct then.
The what?
Oh, Old Taurus Noct. It's Latin, means Adventures of Midnight. I know, really dorky.
That sounds really dorky, and I'm a dork.
Oh,
So
there you have it. Basically, yeah, you know when you have a. Yes, she did. She does a steelbook, but you know. You know when there's like a really religious community and they all gather around a church, and then you find out that church is really, really racist and sexist and all that stuff, but your parents are super into it, so you kind of have to go along with it too. And then you find out that they're kind of into killing vampires and stuff. Maybe not that
the
last
first
one.
part, you were basically just talking about my childhood.
Apart from the vampire killing part. Okay,
you
fine.
had me until the end. So your parents or whatever are like some kind of
Well, not my
vampire
parents. They're
killing
like.
Mormons.
Oh, God, I mean, not my parents. That'd be awkward. I mean, there's like a Pastor Tom, and he sort of, leads a congregation of people, and they're like, kindred of the devil, and their souls are sold to nothing, and they killed Jesus and shit. And,
I have heard that one actually.
really? Oh, she just looks incredibly disheartened after hearing that, but then just shakes it off. Okay.
No, it's just well, we have we have our own church kind of thing. I don't subscribe to it myself. They think the first vampire was Longinus.
Huh.
He's the guy that actually killed Jesus.
Yeah. No, lots of Sunday school, I know.
Okay. And God like cursed him or whatever for that, but I don't think that's true.
Honestly, I don't know about religion. I mean, not anymore. There's kind of been a lot of things along the way. It's kind of hard for a trans person in religion to kind of get along. Oh, used to be a guy, by the way. Should probably
Gathered
point that
that,
one out.
yes.
Yeah?
Found pictures of you and Alpheus?
Oh yeah, Alpheus. She was. She did a lot of awful things.
He, I'm guessing now, or
Well, yeah, yeah, kind of.
nothing now.
Well, yeah, kind of complicated. I still don't really know how I feel about that. Alpheus was a prick and did a lot of awful things.
Okay. We're kind of investigating his murder.
Ah, well, I mean, hooray! You found Alpheus' murderer, I guess. I mean, I wasn't given the tool to do the murdering part, but they sent me to go deal with Alpheus because I'd been with her before.
Like, flaming orb thing? That wasn't you?
How do you know that much? Wow,
Uh,
you guys are like
security
spooks and
tape.
shit. Okay,
No, just security tapes.
yeah, some fucking wizard gave me an orb in a bag.
Wiz... What?
Okay, are you telling me that a vampire is struggling to believe in a wizard?
Wizards don't exist!
They fucking do!
Is this it's like a D&D thing, or...
No, like for
Like-
shit, no kidding. He gave me a fucking brown paper bag full of fucking magical orb, like a big glass ball
Just
with
like
full of
a-
powder that burst into flames like nothing that I've ever seen.
White robe, pointy hat? Did he call himself Grand Wizard?
No! I mean, I'm pretty sure that his name was some kind of run-on of Harry Dresden or some shit like that. He's totally a nerd, but come on!
What was Harry Blackstone Copperfield Dresden?
Oh, you're a nerd as well. She looks at you.
I like that series.
It's a good series. But yeah, no, seriously, fucking wizard, like urban wizard. Like that. Like that. He knew magic and stuff. He could do magic.
What? No, magic doesn't exist. I mean, aside from vampires and ghosts and voodoo gods, magic doesn't exist.
Grand.
Aside from all this magic shit, magic doesn't exist.
Also, I love this comment. Well, Grand Wizard is a rank in the KKK. It's entirely possible he was there if he was extremely racist.
That's why I was asking about
That's
white
exactly,
robes, pointy.
Yes, yes.
I
Funny
figured
words.
that's what Third was coming for.
Yeah. Yeah, no. She's like, this isn't. No, literally a fucking straight up goddamn wizard, okay? Really, there's magic. I've seen magic be done.
Maybe you're just confused.
I really hope so, because magic is scary as fuck.